I request you all to kindly take your seats. We will be starting in a couple of minutes. May I request you all to please take your seat, and we will begin in a minute. I am Juban Matthew, and on behalf of the entire WRI India team, I'm delighted to welcome each one of you present here this morning to Uddeshya 2025. Uddeshya is WRI India's annual national convening on gender and mobility. In 2023, Uddeshya was conceived as a platform to create opportunities for collaboration, initiating dialogues, and igniting partnerships within the urban mobility ecosystem to deliver inclusive and equitable cities for all. Each year, this platform brings together diverse perspectives from governments, industry, academia, and civil society organizations. Uddeshya 2025 marks the third edition of this convening. This year's theme, which is Bridging Policy and Practice, highlights the significance of local adaptation and gender-sensitive data in driving systemic change for gender-responsive urban mobility in today's day and time. Today's plenary session and panel discussions will spotlight the transformative impact of inclusive transport, planning, and policy in enhancing access to jobs, healthcare, and empowerment for all. Uddeshya 2025 is being organized under the aegis of Mobilise Her, which is a 3-year project supported by the European Union to enable gender-responsive urban mobility in Indian cities. In partnership with Urban Electric Mobility Initiative, WRI India, CEPT Research and Development Foundation, and Participatory Research in Asia, India. The convening is also supported by the United Nations Environment Programme, which launched the implementation of the 4-year project Electrifying Mobility in Cities, investing in the transformation of electric mobility in India in July 2024, with support from the from the Global Environment Facility under the leadership of Niti Aayog. Before we move on, I have some housekeeping announcements to make. I'd like to kindly request each of you to keep your mobile phones on silent during the session, and if you need to take any urgent calls, I request you to please step out of the hall. The restrooms are located straight down the foyer right next to the reception area. We have water filling stations right outside the hall, so feel free to refill your bottles as needed. We are also pleased to have a team from the Association of Sign Language Interpreters who will be signing throughout the event today. We welcome Atul Kumar, Manisha Sharma, and Saurav Singh. Also, if you do not wish to be included in any photographs or videos used for Uddeshya 2025's social media communications, please inform the team at the registration desk for any such queries, or if you have any such apprehensions. I also request you all to please add your updates on social media with the hashtag Uddeshya 2025. The spelling is here in case you were confused. I now formally invite Pavan Mulukatla, Executive Program Director at WRI India, to deliver the opening remarks.
Good morning, everyone, and a warm welcome. Thank you, Jubin, for the introduction on Uddeshya. I think this is the third year of Uddeshya, and when we conceived this initiative, for us it was an intent, because that is what the word Uddeshya in Sanskrit translates into. And the intent is for action, the intent is to bring folks together, and the intent is how do we move together. I think that's how we envisioned this 3 years back. So in the first year, it was a platform to bring everyone together. The second year was very interesting last year, when we actually had showcase from almost 15 to 20 different organizations here out in lawn, where they displayed how they're working on the issues of gender and mobility. And third year today here we are celebrating how do we actually bridge the policy and practice, and also the introduction of our Mobilise Her initiative, which is being co-funded by European Union and with multiple organizations that we are working together. So it's very clear we're working at the intersection of gender and mobility to serve as a platform for action, bringing diverse voices, and how do we make this shift to make our transport systems inclusive. So this is not just a conversation about mobility, right? I mean, it is kind of, I would say, a summation when we actually come here annually once and understand what's happening. For example, last year from Uddeshya we launched Equi-Mobility Champions. So we actually selected a cohort of 12 people with whom we have been working for the last 1 year on seeing how they can actually make a difference in the community, in the organizations, in the place they have been working on. And this afternoon, 3 of them will be actually presenting and sharing their journey on what they have achieved and what is the difference they are making. That's one initiative that started last year. And then today we are also launching Sutradhar, which is basically a way of storytelling, I would say narration, of how people move in cities using the public transport system. So also kind of getting this anecdotal how people feel connected with cities and how transport systems plays a crucial role in that. And then the third, which we are continuing, is the Uddeshya Awards, which recognizes individuals and organizations that are supporting this initiative of bringing out transformation in this whole transport and gender space. So I think we have started kind of evolving over the last 3 years this journey and recognize, celebrate, move towards action, and then how do we then also bridge this gap of policy and practice. And of course we'll talk about our new Mobilise Her initiative also. So also sharing some data that the recent periodic labor force survey of 23-24 actually is very, very encouraging, that women's participation has grown substantially to 41.7%, which was in, I think, somewhere in 20. So I think we have seen a huge shift, that we are seeing more and more women enter the workforce. I think it is very, very encouraging statistics, and I hope that convenings like this will inform policymakers to see how transport plays a crucial role, because transport provides access to jobs, to healthcare, to education, to recreation, to opportunities, to even go for be there in a public space. So I think there's a huge dimension about how we reimagine transport within our cities. There's also one more interesting data that I am sure all of us are aware, that if women's participation in the workforce were to match that of men, India could add $2.9 trillion of its to its GDP. So I think very clearly that's one area of work as we imagine about safety, security, but let's not forget economic development also when we talk about this. So at WRI India, we are committed to making mobility systems safer, more accessible, and truly equitable. And we're working with partners that I mentioned, the Mobilise Her project partners, UNEP, who are also working with us on how do we increase the workforce participation of women in electric mobility with this whole transition that is coming through electrification. And I'm glad to also have CM being represented here today. And our other knowledge partners, NIUA, who have been, will be launching a community of practice under the aegis of NIUA this afternoon, the World Bank, GIZ, Safety Pin, and the Urban Catalyst. So this is actually what we're seeing is enabling a systems approach on how do you really bring different actors and stakeholders to take this conversation forward. But we recognize that policy shifts alone are not enough. Lasting changes requires deep engagement. And I think that's one of the purposes of Uddeshya. With those working on ground, you'll hear stories. Last year in Uddeshya, what it's so heartening, we saw locomotive drivers, bus conductors, women who are actually making a difference. And I think we really want to recognize and understand what is the on-ground change and fostering synergies. And collaboration is a key to make this happening and to bridge the gap between policy and living realities. As we deliberate today, let us acknowledge that building a gender-responsive transport system requires innovation and data-driven solutions also. So looking forward to the discussions, to learn from each other, to share, and to move together. And welcome to Uddeshya 2025. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pavan. Next, I invite Ms. Delphine Brethenot to deliver her opening remarks. Ms. Delphine is the Senior Program Manager at the Delegation of the European Union to India and Bhutan.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me well? I don't know, not sure. I'm small, sorry. Distinguished representative of the Indian administration, dear partners, Team Europe colleagues, if they are in the room, I didn't see them, but I hope they were able to join us today. Key partners of the European agenda, city representative from India, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me an immense pleasure to be with you this morning. I'm actually very grateful for my boss to be stuck in Jaipur at a MOA event, because it gives me the chance to stand in front of you today, and at least we show that you know, we are trying to bring gender balance discussion and panel to such events. So I'm very happy to be with you for this 2025 Uddeshya edition, which gathers us today around the theme of gender inclusive mobility in Indian cities. I know we are a little bit behind schedule, and I really don't want to bore you with my speech, but at the same time I feel compelled to impress on you why the project that gathers us today, which we are funding together with UEMI, PRIA, CRDF, WRI, is sitting at a critical juncture of two important themes of collaboration between the European Union and the government of India these days. So, of course, we all know that the scale of urbanization has evolved rapidly and is expected to reach 50% by 2050, while contributing to 60% of the country's GDP. And India's estimated urban population to be at 575 million by 2030, mean tomorrow. And of course, this rapid urbanization brings several challenges around basic service provision for the population, and mobility is one of them. Back in 2017, the Prime Minister of India and the President of the European Council and the European Commission adopted a joint declaration on a partnership for smart and sustainable urbanization. And since then, this partnership has supported sustainable cities models, promoted public-private investment, climate action, and disaster risk reduction in cities across India. Just a little more than 2 weeks ago, and some of you in this room today were also with us 2 weeks ago, India and the European Union held the 4th India-EU Urban Forum on Smart and Sustainable Urbanization. And the forum explored transformative initiatives and innovative financing mechanisms to foster gender-inclusive, resilient, and sustainable urban development, focusing on 3 themes: urban alliance and integrated approach in Indian cities, promoting innovation and circularity at city level, and inclusive urban mobility as a social enabler. The forum served as a crucial step in shaping a collaborative approach to India's urban transformation and reinforced the commitment of India and the European Union to collaborate and drive smart, sustainable and inclusive urban development in line with the Government of India's program and missions. Cities and urban local bodies are ideally placed to embrace climate action, whether it is about building the resilience of urban infrastructures to climate change or minimizing greenhouse gas emission from urban activities and settlement. And here the transport and the mobility sector plays a critical role. The urban areas already account for 2/3 of the world's energy consumption and therefore emissions and pollution. Local issues have become global issues. Investment in and with cities are a critical factor to effectively meet the target of the 2030 agenda. The European Union has a strategic interest in engaging with India, leveraging trade tools, technical assistance, and maintaining dialogue. We have mutual interest and benefits to leverage from knowledge exchange and cooperation. Through our Team Europe approach with the Government of India, notably with the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, the European Union has been engaging with over 40 different municipalities, helping them upgrade their understanding of climate-smart development, supporting urban mobility solution, waste management, and introducing the need for climate action planning at city level. Access to finance for such plans is also facilitated, boosting resilient infrastructure development. Under the European Union Global Gateway Strategy launched in 2021 and the European Green Deal launched in 2019, the European Union, together with Team Europe partners, is working with India to support Indian cities to become future-ready, resilient, and sustainable through innovative and participatory approach. Global Gateway stands for sustainable and trusted connection that work for the people and for the planet. It aims at mobilizing and increasing investment, both public and private. Working with civil society organizations on these questions is also a critical feature of our partnership strategy. By channeling the voice from the ground up to the planning actors, urban infrastructure stand a better chance to be well aligned with the needs of the communities, respond to their concerns. In a nutshell, it's about bringing a participatory process in the planning and design of urban infrastructure to ensure greater sustainability in the long term. We are therefore very proud to be supporting UEMI, WRI, CRDF, PRIA, and Mobilise Her on gender-inclusive mobility in Indian cities. This leads me to touch upon another important dimension, which is very close to my heart, gender equality. Here, the EU has adopted in 2020 the third Gender Action Plan. It commits the European Union to work on gender equality at home, but also in our collaboration with partner countries. It is about addressing gender-based violence, supporting women economic and social empowerment, promoting equal participation and leadership, and also addressing the challenge, but also harnessing the opportunities that are brought forward by the digital transition and the green transformation. In recent years, the Indian government made it clear, including during its G20 presidency, that India is transitioning from women's development to women-led development. And in this vision, women are architects of India's progress and modernization. The notion of women-led development emphasizes the achievement of women with equal opportunities, decision-making powers, and control over resources. This is definitely an area of convergence between the EU and India, and we are proud to mainstream gender equality and women empowerment in all our collaboration with a wide range of actors, whether private sector, civil society organization, financing institution, and across all our areas of collaboration, such as sustainable urbanization, for example. Ladies and gentlemen, a survey revealed back in 2020 that 52% of Indian women had to forego education opportunities due to unsafe commutes. Yet the lack of data hinders transport system from addressing women's unique needs. Safe, accessible, and reliable transportation is a gateway to opportunities, providing access to education, health, job, and overall participation in society. With women making up 41%, as the previous speaker mentioned, of India's workforce, which is increased over the past few years, but still significantly lower than men, inclusive mobility solutions are essential, not only to empower them economically, but also to enhance their access to education, healthcare, and opportunities for social participation. But achieving this requires collaboration. Urban planners, grassroots leaders, policymakers must work together to ensure solutions to urban mobilities are inclusive, actionable, and long-lasting. Together, these actors can ensure cities are space where women move freely and fearlessly, reshaping urban transport to be inclusive, accessible, and a cornerstone of thriving cities. Let me conclude by summarizing as follows. Smart and sustainable urbanization is at the core of the European Union's partnership with India. Inclusive urban mobility is an important dimension of this partnership as it promotes economic empowerment of women and other vulnerable demographic groups, including the elderly, persons with disabilities, and children. Mobilise Her aims at creating safer, more accessible, and equitable transport system. The Mobilise Her website, which will be launched later today, serves as a platform and knowledge repository, sharing insights and best practice to advance this mission. I hope you find today's deliberation useful, and I thank you very much for your active contribution to the deliberation and the discussion. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Delphine, for that great start to today's session. With this, we move on to our first plenary session, Accelerating Women's Economic and Social Mobility from Policy to Practice. This session will examine various strategies for translating gender-responsive transport policies into tangible outcomes. We are joined by a diverse panel of experts representing three key stakeholder groups: the government, industry, and civil society, including international development organizations. I now invite the speakers to join us on the dais. Please join me in welcoming our first speaker. Okay. Thank you. You may all please take your seats. Please join me in welcoming our first speaker, Uma Mahadevan ji, who is joining us online. She is the Additional Chief Secretary and Development Commissioner, and also an Additional Chief Secretary for Panchayat Raj Government of Karnataka. She has served in multiple capacities at the central and state level, including the Departments of Agriculture, Women and Child Development, Skill Development, Planning, Education, Health and Family Welfare, amongst many, many others. Umaji is passionate about inclusive change and has been a charter member of the Human Development Report for Karnataka. We are honored to have you with us today, ma'am. Over to you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Good morning, and thank you for inviting me to this wonderful session on how we can work together to improve women's mobility and as you can see, I'm in the middle of Bangalore's famous traffic. So please pardon me if there's some noise along the way. But I just wanted to share with you the experience of Karnataka's very, very successful Shakti free bus mobility scheme for women, which allows women to travel free on buses of the state government, road transport corporations in Bangalore, but also across the state. And in something like 18 to 20,000 bus routes, women travel free. The scheme was launched in the middle of 2023, and I'm happy to say that last month the scheme has seen a growth to up to 400 crore trips made by women since then. I'm also happy to say that the number of trips has been steadily increasing, and between November 2024 and January 2025, the trips have increased to around 20 crore every month. 20 crore trips per women, that's 200 million trips by women every month, is an extraordinary number. We know that women travel differently for work, for household purposes, for healthcare, and for multiple other reasons. They travel differently from men. Women travel shorter trips. Very often they have to drop children, they have to pick up children, they have to take care of housekeeping work. Even when they work, they often work in formal sector, small little tasks, come back home, finish domestic work, take care of other responsibilities, again go out. And therefore the number of trips is an indicator of the way in which the scheme has seen uptake from women. This is a tremendous success. In BFTC, which is Bangalore Transport Corporation, we have seen 127 crore trips so far. And in the Karnataka State Road Transport Corporation, which takes care of travel between cities and across the state, we have seen 121 crore trips. We also have two other road transport corporations, one in northwest Karnataka and one in northeast Karnataka. Women are traveling for multiple reasons, for education, for higher education especially. We see women traveling for livelihood, traveling out of their rural areas in order to either source material for production or to sell finished goods or to go out to work. We see women traveling for healthcare. We also see women, of course, traveling for leisure. And that's something which is really special. Women so far have not been able to access travel. For example, elderly women who depend often on their children, who live on small pension amounts, are now able to travel without having to ask their children or ask their family members for money. This is some of the anecdotal feedback that we have received. Women with disabilities, different categories of women being able to travel and access both livelihoods and higher education is something that this scheme has seen with great success. Way forward for the scheme, yes, we would like to support women to use the free bus mobility scheme in order to access interviews, job interviews. Maybe we should think of transit hostels in cities. Maybe we should think of expanding childcare. So some of these things Karnataka has already announced and has started. Last year's budget saw an announcement for the start of trust hostels for women, so that even if they have to travel out of rural areas in order to attend job interviews or to write competitive exams or to, they have safe spaces where they can stay, where transit hostels will be managed by men, trained women from self-help groups, from government's own self-help groups. This is one of the things that expanding. The second thing that we're doing is we have started at the same time that the Shakti scheme was started. We initiated 4,000 rural childcare centers for children below the age of 3, because children between 3 to 6 attend Anganwadis and children above the age of 6 at school, but no childcare, public provision childcare. for children below the age of 3. And that is something that we started in 2023. It was an unmet need, took some time because since there was no working model, people did worry whether it was possible to take, to provide safe and hygienic childcare for children below the age of 3. But I'm happy to say that now we have already got 3,900 of centers operational, approximately 3,900, with more than 50,000 young boys and girls registered in these centers. These centers are not only a way to provide a fillip to women's workforce participation using the free bus mobility scheme and the support of transit hospitals, the efforts that the government is making, but also that these childcare centers provide a window for early nutrition and stimulation for each. The last thought I'd like to leave you with is that mobility itself is an enabler, but needs to be supported with other interventions not only with the support of government, but also with involvement of civil society organizations, of expert agencies, and so on. Make it clear, and how we can help women to go further in the quest for empowerment. Thank you once again for letting me talk and letting me share Karnataka's experience. I wish this convening all success, and I look forward to hear more about the deliberations. Thank you so much.
Thank you so very much, ma'am, for taking the time out from your busy schedule. We really, really appreciate it. I would now like to welcome Dr. Shamika Ravi to address the audience. Dr. Shamika is a member of the Economic Council Advisor to the Prime Minister and the Secretary to Government of India. She has held leadership positions in Brookings India and the Observer Research Foundation. Dr. Ravi has taught in postgraduate programs across India, including the Indian School of Business and the BITS School of Management. Thank you so much for being here, ma'am. Over to you.
Thank you. Namaskar, good morning. It's wonderful to be here amongst people who do care for an issue which is, from the larger perspective of public policy, quite niche. I don't know how attentively you listen to the budget of this year, but there has been a 17% increase in terms of the allocation for what is broadly called urban development. It's close to 1 lakh crores. But by now, if you've been watching budgets of not just Government of India, but also certain other states, budget is not the key concern or the key constraint today. The constraint truly is in terms of ideas. You'll be surprised how many ministries sit with unused budget because good ideas do not percolate to policies or actions, which is why this interaction, bridging policy and practice, or between research and actual policy action becomes very important. So congratulations to the organizers and everyone who supports this. It's absolutely a worthy cause. You know, last year, just before the general elections, the Women and Child Development Ministry had come out with a series of working paper where an estimation was done on what is the size of care economy in India. It was done by basically putting a shadow wage that if women, you actually accounted for the amount of time spent and you put a shadow wage, which as economists we look at counterfactuals and what would you earn if you were to buy a service like that. Women on an average spend around 5 to 6 hours a day taking care of someone. And this is working age people, right? From 18 to let's say 59, 60. So there is considerable amount of work that is happening within the household. It's non-marketable, therefore it's not part of the GDP. There is no money transaction and hence we tend to devalue or we tend to discount in the larger public policy framing. In response to that, the one big recommendation that came out was we must invest in what is called care infrastructure. But care infrastructure has to be appropriately defined. It has to be very well designed if we are to actually harness some of this captive sort of value in the household. creches is what, there are lots of ideas when it comes to women and mobility and many aspects of development, which I think are good ideas, but we tend, they become fads in itself. So everybody wants to do the building creches. Now, I think creches are very important, as is elderly care. After all, 150 million people in India are above the age of 60. So we also have aging. So don't just think of care in terms of babies. Lots of elderly care is also, and that also rests on the shoulders of women. So when you're trying to basically harness this care value which is being created, women and their mobility becomes a very critical part of that. So we have to look at care infrastructure from the vantage point of what you are doing today, which is women's mobility, which is affordable, it's safe, it's accessible, and uniformly so, I think, and universally as well. Now, one statement, one statistics which was given earlier was that women's labor force participation has increased. It's above 40% today. And that is, of course, fantastic news, right? Because it has happened in the last 8 years if you look at the 6 rounds of PLFS. But there is a nuance to that. Almost the entire increase in women's labor force participation has happened in rural India. Your women's labor force participation in urban India has only risen a little bit. In fact, 69 is the increase, 69% in rural, it's only 24% in urban areas. Now, this is also a time when 45% of your STEM graduates are women. You have more women in colleges of India than men. Can you imagine the reality of where the women are headed? They're getting more skills than ever, they're getting more educated than ever. But when it comes to labor force participation, rural India is seeing a big rise because a lot of our policies in the last 10 years, when it has pertained to women, have fundamentally been rural in nature. Whether it is Drone Didi, whether it is the Mudra schemes, the SHG schemes, Antyodaya schemes, overwhelmingly, the focus is on rural areas. And so you're seeing the outcome in terms of a massive increase. What about rural? What about urban? Urban, I think government, of course, has a large role to play. But I think, again, the financing is there, but the ideas are very few. And therefore, the fad of free bus services. And of course, I'm very happy to listen to the officer from Bangalore who's telling us it's a tremendous success. But if it is a tremendous success, it must be taken to other places. And of course, we also want to see the actual evidence, because from what I'm hearing, buses are refusing to stop for hordes of women in Bangalore. So you cannot totally separate viability and sustainability, meaning financially it has to make sense. So it's one thing to announce it, and it's not, if it's not sustainable, you're going to see a lot of these things push back, because there will be resistance to this, right? So fads are political, let's just leave it there. I think you need institutions and gatherings, platforms like this, where you are fundamentally looking at long-term solutions. Women need transport and mobility options as much as men, for all kinds of reasons. Even if we didn't know the details, because that degree of fine-tuning, it will never be possible customization because it's too costly. Now, if we are to really harness all this human capital, which is in the form of women getting so much education and skill and not being able to do anything because they can't travel beyond a certain, or it's unsafe, or it's not clean, or whatever the reasons, that in itself is a reason enough. We don't need someone to tell us that your GDP will double if more women are part of the labor force. We know that. How are we going to do it? And that's why I think case studies become extremely powerful. Case studies where we showcase that, this particular experiment in this city actually led to an X amount increase in a sustainable fashion. This is the amount of budget that was allocated. We were able to use, perhaps there's a revenue model. Believe me, not all women want things for free. The working, whenever you talk of women's workforce, you're also talking about a revenue model. They're willing to pay for these kind of services. I think sustainable case studies become very, very important in driving officials to adopt this en masse. So if 17% budget has been increased today, let's give them some concrete ideas in terms of how do you spend that as far as women's mobility is concerned. And women's mobility being a fundamental part of urban development. Because urban Indian women are not able to harness all this human capital that they are gaining. And there will be a considerable amount of frustration. And one outcome of that is you're already seeing fertility decline in urban India. It has been declining. It has been below replacement rate for 25 years now. So all that human capital, if you're not going to make it easy for women to harness it, they will respond in ways that they know. If it's too costly for families to have children and rear children, you're going to see women have fewer kids, right? Families have fewer kids. And of course, we are making it out as if it's a woman's decision, but young couples want to have fewer kids because it's so difficult for women to travel and do all these wonderful things that they want to do, right? Then, I think, in terms of technology, I just want to say a simple thing here, that technology is seen as a great enabler. And what we have seen lately in terms of if safety is indeed a concern, which it must be, all these CCTV cameras that have been put everywhere. In fact, it seems to be one of those default options for most city administration. Let's put CCTV camera, let's put lighting and so on. What has happened? We've spent a lot of money on that. Can we put together some data to say, bhai, iska, this was the impact? Because remember, in the future, as you see, India urbanizing further, this will become the lazy, the go-to, the default option. We'll just keep putting CCTV cameras. Well, to what avail? That's where research is so useful. And let me also give you an honest assessment of the research capability within governments is very limited. So what do they do traditionally when they're asked or they're pressurized by people like us, karo, karo, karo? They'll go to a consulting firm, which will basically give them nice 10 PPTs and tell them, this is wonderful, do this. This is not research, because tomorrow they'll be on to something else. They look at agriculture, whatever, commerce. You are people who care about this issue. So if you care about this issue, your case studies must be, certain degree of rigor must be there, you must put data together. Please look at financial viability. Look at these schemes which have attained a status of a fad. Free rides, CCTV cameras, we've been doing it, we'll continue to do that. But is that the best spend for the marginal rupee of any administration? Could there be something more? Right? So I think technology is important. Technology will always become our go-to option, because if you remember Smart City, what was the common proposal for all cities that put up proposals? Digitized meters. All kinds of meters were set up, parking lots, and that digitization was meant to make us smart. Well, tech solutions aren't always solutions to deep-rooted problems. Technology is an enabler, and I think it's good. But as researchers, because you really do care for it, look beyond the obvious tech solutions. Today, the country is networked. Everybody has mobile, everyone has bank account, everyone has Aadhaar. A lot of things are possible today. The whole startup space is showing us that many revenue models can be developed. All kinds of cool business and market solutions are being developed. So what about these basic public policy gaps that exist? What kind of tech is needed? Right? What kind of tech will make it possible for women to access easily in extremely affordable? I always refrain from saying free, because equity is a concern, but equity is not the overriding concern when it comes to women and mobility. Because women today do have the purchasing power. In fact, your household consumption expenditure survey is telling you that your power within the household has already shifted. Women today, in terms of just consumption, food, clothing, footwear, etc., actually garner a larger amount of household resources than men do, women and children. These are wonderful changes that are happening in society. But you step out of the house, the public administration has to make certain things possible, because personally not everyone can go out and buy things. That said, in the poorest 20% of India's population, vehicular ownership has gone from 4% to 40% in 10 years. Can you imagine what a mammoth transformation your society is seeing? From 4% households that own some vehicle, motorized vehicle, I'm not talking bicycles, that number is up to 40%, meaning 900% increase ho gaya. Why do you think people are buying motorized vehicles? And of course, we have to look at the gender breakup and so on. But they're buying because mobility is such a key household expense. Your household expenditure, 7% is on mobility or in some form of conveyance. Remember, your household expenditure is rising, so the pie is increasing, and the share of conveyance and mobility is rising more. So you're spending less on food, you're spending less on various kinds of energy, you're spending more on conveyance. So there is a considerable burden now which we are placing on households as far as mobility is concerned. There is also a growing demand for mobility on the whole. So what we are looking at in terms of gender and mobility, please appreciate, the society as a whole, conveyance is a very major factor of consumption today. We used to look at food, health and education. We are beginning to look at food, health, education and mobility, because a considerable amount of resource is going into that. And of course, the minute you look at that from a gender lens, you get a sense of what the gap exists, right? How large is the gap? So again, urban, younger working age women, safety, new solutions, and better case studies. Case studies which are not just nice sounding, but viable, financially viable. If we cannot recover the cost, what proportion of this does the government have to bear? For how long? Is it forever? It's possible. After all, we pay MSP for crops and we've been doing it for 75 years. There are certain things where markets break down, so the government is willing and should be paying, but let us then at least put that idea down, that for this segment in the market, we must continue to give free rides forever. Because this is not a segment where we want to recover costs. It's worthwhile, like recreation, older citizens. It's perfectly fine, that's what development means. But these things should be better documented. So I'm here to basically encourage you. I'm your ally in the system. I'm always looking out for research, because it's ideas that is holding us back today at a time when we are urbanizing so fast. And I'll leave you with this last statistics. We think we'll be 550 by 2030. No, we're already 980 million urban. India is far more urban than we believe. All the data that we give as reflex, how urban is India? 35, 37, 40, no. India is anywhere between 65 and 70% urban. We're urbanizing much faster than governments and administrations are even able to catch up. Your villages and peripheries have all urbanized. These are townships. Mobility must catch up. All right? So this increase in conveyance is not just urban, it's also in rural areas. People are moving, you have better roads. People's aspirations are growing, so are women's. So again, congratulations. I look forward to reading whatever it is that you put together, and I look forward to a steady stream of ideas from this group. Mother, thank you very much for inviting, and to each of you who put this together. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. You've definitely given us a lot of ideas to think about. I would now like to invite Ms. Kanta Singh, who is the Deputy Country Representative at the UN Women, to share her thoughts.
Thank you.
Ms. Kanta has over 25 years of experience in the management of pro-women development programs. Ms. Kanta has worked with national and international organizations to promote women in formal economy, sports, and politics. Thank you so much, ma'am. Over to you.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Shamika. Actually, you opened many thoughts, and I wanted to respond to some of those. Morning, everyone. It's a great day because the discussions around urban mobility have started increasing, which is, I personally feel that this is fundamental to how a resilient, vibrant community thrives. Mobility is very central to that. Very recently, in November, I was in Cairo for Urban Forum, World Urban Forum, and I saw a couple of things there. There were about 69, 70 ministers, there were 7 heads of states. Everybody was concerned about urban population, but many issues that urban population faces around the world. Mobility was one of those. But when it came to women, only women were talking to themselves. Nobody came. Nobody came to even listen to them. So I personally feel, Shamika, that is fundamental change that we are looking for. You talked about ideas, and the ideas that where people can share. If women are going to talk to themselves, who is going to carry their voices to somebody who's making decisions? So I'm going to talk about 3 things. I don't know how much time I have, but 3 things that we are at least at UN Women, we feel are very important. One, of course, is the involvement of women in understanding their specific needs in terms of mobility. I don't think we are spending enough time and enough attention to understand women's specific needs. Women are not of the same type. Women have specific needs. Uma ma'am talked about elderly women, but they are pregnant women, they are disabled women, they are young girls. That is very crucial that we involve all kinds of stakeholders to understand what they need, what are their specific interests and aspirations. Now, young women have completely different aspirations than women my age have. So that's one. Decision making, after the needs are assessed and identified, who is making decisions about them? That's involvement of women, women in leadership roles like Shamika is sitting there and she's an ally. We need more women who could listen to these conversations and also can start picking up ideas and start taking them to the decision makers. Women have to be part of that. The pre-budget consultations definitely have to have more women where decisions on budgets are made. And I'm very happy to report that there's been a substantial increase in the gender budget proportion this year. From 6.8%, we are more than 8.8% this year, which is a massive increase on GRB this year. And that money is going to be divided into many, many kinds of schemes across the country. And central budget is just one part of it. State budgets are going to, and their share is about 30% in some states and 37%. Madhya Pradesh spends a lot of money on women-related schemes. At UN Women, we consider, Shamika, any money in the hands of women is good money, because that's going to be spent for children, for families, for their welfare, for some of the consumer needs that women have, which have never been attended to. It's very important. So that's point number one. Second is about gap between rural and urban mobility. Now that's decreasing every day when we are sitting here. But that's not decreasing in the same proportion for men and women. The asset ownership, for example, the vehicles are still in the name of men. Even if women drive scooters, it is not necessary that they own the vehicles. And that is also very critical that women start owning houses, assets, so that they also start making decisions about themselves. Also, I personally feel that the budgets that we spend, investments that we make in, say, new innovations like e-mobility, it can open thousands and thousands of jobs for women. If we deploy women in manufacturing, e-vehicles, in their drive, if they can start driving, at least in the campuses. So new ideas that every campus which is safe for women also has to have women drivers carrying staff members or staff or anyone who's visiting that place. The other thing that I wanted to say that safety, that women need safe, affordable, reliable transportation. And I'll give you two examples here. A couple of years back, I was part of UNDP team, and we started a skill building program for women near Panipat area. There was huge demand for women employees in the factories because actually textile hub in Panipat. And we trained in a local university, we trained about 500 women with the help of industry. We identified the needs from Panipat as to what kind of job roles are required. We trained them accordingly. They started going to the factory. We got them deployed. They started going. In 1 month's time, 30% women dropped out. And one of the reasons was that they were paying 3,000 rupees per month from the 9,000 they were getting. Now that's a huge burden for women, and anybody who's earning 10,000, 12,000 rupees, it's a huge burden for a woman. Family members started taunting them, saying if you are going to earn just about 6,000 rupees and leaving everything behind here, and the family and the work and the children and the elderly care, it is not worth it. So just stop. After 4 months, Shamika, everybody dropped out. I got the Transport Minister Haryana and said, can you start a women-only bus? Because safety was another concern. I want to draw your attention to that. Safety of women at home, in public spaces, in cyberspace, and particularly at workplace is very crucial for having women in the workforce. We sometimes undermine it. It not only requires deep understanding and data and research, but also very proactive steps on the part of government, which of course they have brought in legislation, but private sector which employs more women to keep them safe there. And not only just employs them, but also retains them, also gives them promotion, and also gives them equal money. Unless those things are also addressed, transport alone would not be able to solve our problem. I also want to highlight that the aspirations between rural girls and urban girls has now kind of come closer. Earlier we used to plan separately for rural areas and it was required, but now I think we also need to start planning keeping in mind the segment of the population. Young people think alike. Technology has made it easier for them to understand what's happening in Los Angeles, what is happening in New York, and what is happening in London, and what is happening in Delhi. Young women have access to that information, not at the same rate, but then they have. So we need to start planning, keeping, of course, the rural needs because of the road and connectivity and those things, but also thinking that this age group between 25 to 40 will definitely want to go to work. I feel that women are ready for jobs now, industry is not ready to employ them. They understand the need. CEO wants to, all CEOs want to look good because they want to have more women. It is good to have women there, but they still haven't understood the economic impact of having more women in the workforce. It changes the language. And I'll give you another example here. We were working with Jindal Steel in again, Haryana. There wasn't even a single woman there. We started with 100 women to begin with. We trained them for 4 months. But you know where the resistance was? Middle managers. They were not ready to change their language. They were not ready to change the night shifts for men. They were not ready to adjust to having women around on the shop floor. It took us very long to sensitize them. So the bus problem, Shamika, that you were talking about, the drivers don't stop the bus at the bus stop saying, "Ye free ki sawari hai, isko kyun leke jana hai? Isko nahi leke jana hai." It is not women's problem. It is men's problem. It is the attitudinal problem. So we should not blame the scheme for that. We should actually sensitize the drivers. And we recently reached out to DTC saying, can we offer our services for sensitization of drivers and how they should treat women on the buses and at the bus stops. I again go back to the transportation scheme, free transportation scheme. I know this in some states it's relatively new and we don't have study, but and Tamil Nadu has done many studies to show women save from 8 to 28% money from their salaries or from the income that they have if they have free transport. And which is very good study to show that this scheme is going to be useful in 4 ways. Young women, and I see Patodi, Gurgaon, further Rewari, though even no, women are going to Delhi University North Campus. It was impossible for them. The metro has been a great leveler for them. They have been able to go from Gurgaon's, city center to Kirorimal College or St. Stephen's College if they got admission. It wouldn't have been possible. There are more girls in higher education today in India than boys, but schemes like, say, free transport or subsidized transport would go a long way in retaining those girls in the colleges. Second is their safety. If there are more women in public transport or public places, it will ensure safety for women. Because if we are very few in a public place, it's a safety concern for us. But when you have more women, there will be safe place. Third is, of course, social and recreational life. Women also need to go out. If you ask somebody for money, it will be difficult. But lastly, the health-seeking behavior, the work opportunities, everything gets impacted if they have at least free transport, or if not free, subsidized, I would say. That is a political thing. I don't want to get into that, but I think it helps women, and we should not call it a freebie. Actually, it is an equitable form of justice, historical justice, that I would say that has not been attended to, and it has been attended to now. When it is better researched, when we have data and evidence to show that it works very well for women and it has brought more women to work, if nothing else, I think many states would be tempted to do that. Even the cash transfer for women really helps. Even if somebody says, and I have talked to state governments and they say, no, it's a huge burden on state exchequer. we are very, very quick in judging any scheme, any law, any policy that is for women to say women are misusing dowry law, women are misusing this law. We don't look at the laws being made by, general laws which are being misused by men all the time. 2 years into making a law and we said women are misusing the law. And very unfortunately, 2 men died recently. They committed suicide and women are blamed for that. 7,000 girls and women were burnt alive, stove fat gaya. Then the Dowry Act came. It didn't come, Parliament is not foolish to bring an act just like that. There were cases, there was evidence. And now we are very quick to demand that the laws should be amended. Women still haven't started using the law for their benefits. Some women do misuse it, I'm not saying that, but it doesn't mean that more women don't need safety and security of laws and policies. So my last thought would be that we need better planning, involve women in that. We need to identify their needs, keeping safety of them, of women in mind, but also look at budget provisions and investments for women so that more and more women can go out, work and socialize like men do. They also have their own transportation to go and do those things. But that is where India will be able to achieve the 5 trillion economy. Without women's involvement, that looks a little distant now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. We will now take a moment and get a photograph. I request the speakers to please rise and get together. Okay.
Sorry, I have to go. I have to sneak in another event. Sorry?
No, nothing. Thank you so much. Due to prior commitments, a couple of speakers will be taking a leave, but the session continues. We'll just rearrange the chairs, so please give us a moment for that, please. I would now like to call upon Dr. Prashant K. Banerjee, who is the Chief Executive Director, Society of Indian Automobile Manufacturers. With more than 30 years of experience in the automobile industry, Dr. Prashant has extensively worked in different capacities of engineering development, localization, advanced technologies, certification, testing, regulations, and standard formulation roles in multinational companies. We really welcome you here. Thank you so much. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. First of all, I am very privileged and happy to be part of this discussion. 32 years now in automobile industry in design and different functions I have been associated with. But 50 years watching my mother, sisters and relatives struggling to access mobility with convenience and of course with challenge. So therefore, as a representative of automobile industry, our motto is building the nation responsibly. And if you look at our aspiration, rising India's goal of becoming developed country, Viksit Bharat by 2047, I think the role of gender equality and gender balance and the participation of women in economic activity and mobility is actually the driver of economy. So therefore, our role becomes even more paramount. Let me first give you the perspective that this gender equality, gender balance is a subject of culture or subject of geography, or it's a issue of empowerment, participation, or it's a issue of rightful distribution of work among the stakeholders. I think it's a very complex subject. So the way rural India behaves, the way urban India behaves is different. I belong to Bengal. In Bengal, the perception of women participation in any activity is different, and other states will have a different. Forget about India or maybe Europe or maybe US or Southeast Asia or maybe Gulf countries. So it's a very complex subject, but nonetheless, as we need to provide mobility, the first thing is convenience. As our Honorable Prime Minister said, 7C is very important: common, connected, clean, and of course, cutting edge. So these kind of C's, if we have to address, let me first give a perspective. We are introducing almost 2 crore two-wheelers every year. Our 80% of the vehicle introduced in the market are two-wheelers. And I have seen umpteen number of times my relatives, those who are wearing dupatta and sitting at the back, they had fatal accidents. So therefore, we as a mobility provider solutions, we came up with an idea of Sari Guard. So Sari Guard prevents to some extent the attire of this nation is helping women to move forward in two-wheelers because of the affordability issues. But when it comes to wearing helmets, I think helmets also have to be very woman-centric. So therefore, as a mobility provider, we have a responsibility. Do we have a handhold? Most of the women you will see when they move in two-wheelers, either they will hold their husband's hand or maybe relatives' hand, brothers and sons. That's not the safer way of traveling. So we as a mobility provider has some responsibility. So we are working towards this with the government in design, right from design stage. But when it comes to four-wheeler, you know, the four-wheeler, if you look at the anthropometric data of height of women, the size of women, if you wear seat belt, you will find most of the time your seat belt will cut to your knee, somewhere near. So that's our responsibility, that when you design a seat or seat belt, it has to be 50% female or maybe 95% male dummies are taken into account. If a woman is traveling with child, where she will put the child in four-wheeler? So there has to be some kind of special ISO fixed seats. So gradually we have evolved. Earlier this was not a discourse at all. I strongly believe the seat is reserved in a bus for a female. It's not a sign of growing and developing nation. There has to be some equality. So often I used to think that when I used to, 1998, when I used to travel from this NCR region, all my female colleagues will find a, kind of solace if they are sitting inside the bus near the driver's cabin. That was the most, in chartered buses, that will be the most safest place for the woman to travel. Is this the right way? I think we have to evolve. So right from the design stage, I think we are taking into account the considerations of women accessibility. If you talk about the buses, I see the picture here for buses because it's a public transport. But in buses, hitherto till the time the low floor buses came in, with 1800 mm chassis height, 1200 chassis height, a lady wearing a sari, it was a kind of exercise. I used to lift my mother, sisters to get into the bus of Mufasil. So what kind of services of mobility we have been providing? Even today, Mufasil buses, you find how challenging it is. Forget about the aged lady. So I think we need to evolve quickly. There is attempt being made that we should have a standards, guidelines, regulations, so that the accessibility to mobility is very well provided to our sisters and mothers and friends. And gender equality in designing itself. Nowadays, most of the purchase decision of vehicle is being made by the women. So therefore, the interiors of the vehicles, the color combinations, the kind of looks, the exteriors, they are all women-centric. Therefore, if you go to the design centers, most of the jury is actually predominantly of women. But when it comes to creation of the product, when I started, everybody used to say mechanical engineering and other than the computer science when it came and electrical, very few women were there. But nowadays, the content of the electronics in the vehicle has gone up so high. So therefore, in creation of the product, the women participation has gone up. But it's very sad to see that whatever happened in Nirbhaya, 600 crore was invested, but the way the 600 crore was not deployed for a very long time, the states were not taking it up, and even today, if you look at the buses, whether there are CCTV cameras functioning, we had the AIS 140 standards, automotive industry 140 standards, there you have an emergency button. Till today, we have not been able to resolve when the emergency button is pressed, where it goes, where is the command and control centers. Even all buses since 2018 are provided with those. So it's an enforcement issue. It's an issue of our commitment to provide women a safer mobility solutions. So there is so much to talk on this subject, but to best of my understanding, we are in a cusp of a time where we need to commit ourselves to ensure the empowered, equal and balanced mobility options to women. And the development of a nation, if you have to get one index, it is an index where you will have to see, as Rabindranath has said, that a country where you can head your head high and you are fearless, that's the country is the developed nation. So I think I'll stop here. As a mobility solution provider, our role is building the nation responsibly, and we are committed towards that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I now invite Ms. Shagun Sabharwal, Asia Programs Director at Co-Impact, to share her thoughts. Ms. Shagun brings wide-ranging and deep experience of programmatic work across Asia, and she has led large teams and complex partnerships involving collaborations between non-profits, government departments, and knowledge and learning partners. Over to you, ma'am.
Thanks. Thank you, everyone, and thank you to the organizers for hosting this very important topic. I think I'll begin by just saying that for all the speakers that have gone before me, and also in the opening remarks that we heard in the morning, I think there are two themes that have really stood out for me as we are talking about having systems of mobility that really also respond to the unique needs of women. So the first important theme that's really coming out is how do we foster a culture of partnerships, because this problem cannot be solved by one stakeholder group alone. And I think in this particular thing, I would like to say that Co-Impact, the organization that I belong to, which is a philanthropic organization, our essential focus is on saying that how do we make systems work better for everyone. So it's not about specific programs or interventions, but about saying that if the systems, whether these are public systems or market systems, if the systems themselves are inclusive and if they work actually for the ones that are most marginalized, then the system will work for everyone. And to that extent, I think mobility is also a system, right? How do we make sure that this system of enabling people to go from point A to point B in a safe, secure, timely, efficient and effective manner is actually also working for women, but not women as a homogeneous group, but women as looked at in different categories. And I think when it comes to mobility and choice of transport, economics plays a very, very important role, right? India has very high informality. We know that majority of women in India right now who are working, and that's why they do not get counted into our labor force participation, are actually informal workers. And their transport needs are going to be very different from a woman who's going to a corporate job, for example, right? So are our systems currently designed to work for all of these segments of women, I think becomes really, really important. And this is where I think the opening remarks that we had in the morning, the value of having these kind of events, but also following up with action becomes very important, because just expecting the governments or the manufacturers to have all the ideas, it's not going to work, right? It is going to be that civil society organizations, those who are really in touch with the communities, those who can really identify what are the unique barriers, right? And it is not one silver bullet that's going to be the solution. So how do we create those platforms where the exchange of information can happen? Co-Impact really believes that there are these social change organizations, there are change makers on the ground who've been doing this work, but creating parallel systems is not the answer. How do they then work in collaboration with the systems to find and embed those solutions that can work at scale and can be sustainable, right? And here, if we now go to the next level, okay, how do we achieve this? These are all like buzzwords. What does it really mean to be inclusive? What does it really mean? Then we have to look at some of the things you were saying, both on the demand side and the supply side, right? Now, we have seen that because women are facing all of these barriers, it's coming in the way of their growth, whether it's growth in terms of educating, being able to access colleges, etc., or in terms of workplace, even foregoing promotions, etc., because it would mean a longer commute. All of these things are coming. So when it comes to the demand, if you provide that supply, at least in mobility's case, we are seeing the demand going off the charts. Even Delhi Metro, if you just look at it, it's just increasing day by day to the extent the metro stations are now facing so much of this influx. So it's not really just a demand side problem. Like in India, many times we say the social norms are hampering, etc. But in urban, there is a demand. If you give the right supply, women will come and access those facilities. On the supply side, I think the points that you were raising and the points that have also come, who is designing these things? Because there is a design issue and then there is an implementation issue. So the first issue is that when the design happens, and those are windows of opportunities that close. You are today designing the Delhi Metro, you do not pay enough attention to the gender dimension. I'm not saying that, I mean, Metro is great in Delhi, but that window has now closed. Now for years and years, we are stuck with a system that doesn't work. Now, because of also the climate crisis and the climate action, there's a lot of focus that's happening around urban mobility and thinking about designing cities, thinking about changing and tweaking. We do need to have the right representation of women and all groups of women in these design tables. Otherwise, we'll again lose this moment of opportunity and we'll again be stuck with a system that will be hard to change. And then becomes the implementation. And in implementation, I also feel the service providers, like who are providing the service for women becomes very important. If it is all male-dominated, male drivers, then it becomes really hard. You know, in the private sector now, there are startups that are catering to this. India has a big, BPO sector, which are like these call centers that work late into the night. They employ a lot of women who come. Their commute is being taken care of the companies because they provide them with that smart, safe access to those call centers. And that, I think, is again another way where the market has come in to solve for this. So I'll stop there and I'll just say that I think the more we can really push forward platforms and ways in which women's voices in both in the design and implementation can come in, the better I think we'll have the chances of having a mobility system that works for everyone.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for that insightful address. Finally, I would like to invite Madhav Pai, Chief Executive Officer, WRI India, to share his thoughts. Madhav has been a part of WRI India's founding team and has led the organization in designing, implementing, and scaling up pioneering solutions to India's complex challenges. Under his leadership, WRI India has supported multiple national, state, and city-level policy discussions on urban and regional planning, road safety, urban transportation, transit-oriented development, electric mobility, and clean air. Over to you, Madhav.
Thanks, Jumin, and I mean, thank you to all the speakers who spoke before me. I think, at WRI, we always think about change in terms of count it, change it, scale it. I think what we have been trying to do, especially in this space, is really bring this more disaggregated information, really counting, and then the idea of creating this platform of Uddeshya really builds on what you've been saying, also Shagun, this how do we create these partnerships to be able to create that change in a way that is sustainable but also is at scale. And so what I'll do is, just quickly talk, now we've been broadly thinking about this work is as in a way 3 pillars, I would say. One is around more women participation in the workforce, so it's entrepreneurship, it's just being workers in the space. The second is actually around getting more disaggregated information so you can design better. And the third is better design of both the vehicle and the supply side story that we heard from you, but also of public spaces, because, and again, starting from there, what we see is 45% women walk, another 20% take public transport. And, I think inside the vehicle is the smaller part of their journeys, and sort of, again, designing the then the public realm to be able to make the safety, the security essentially important. That's where we have made the least progress, I think, but I think very actively starting to think about public space design becomes extremely important. From a gender disaggregated data, we've now done work in many cities. One thing I'd like to highlight is the work we did with MMRDA on the metro systems. You know, again, we were there, you know, what we were seeing is women are willing to spend more. Like women were willing to spend 150 to 200 rupees more every day. They were willing to spend extra 30 minutes in commute if they were able to, if there was a safety perception. So I think there's a certain class of women who are willing to sort of, you know, so how do we, you know, level that becomes extremely important. What can we do from a design perspective? And quickly, as we looked at the data, it was also clear that there were 3 types of users. There were the homemakers, there were the students, and then there were the working women, and all of them had very different needs. And there was very little thought in figuring out how do we respond to each of these groups with the design of the services, etc. Most of the services were designed to people, to the peak hour and to people going to work. So I think just examples of how we disaggregate, etc. Becomes. The other is, I think there is a lot, I mean, Ms. Kanta Singh also spoke about how there is an increase in, again, budget allocations. I mean, clearly there is a public finance unlock conversation here. There is large amounts of money. How do we design? Very simply, I mean, we worked closely with BMTC many years ago. There was a woman MD at BMTC, and with her we were able to use, related funds, other funds to, do sensitization workshops. There were about 100 women drivers and women conductors, and then also across the whole program, about 10,000 drivers and conductors were put through basically the whole workforce was put through this sensitization program. So there's funds to do this. Again, these are all examples. We have been able to do little things across 12 cities. How do we really, again, public finance is not a problem. It's how do we design. I think the thing is how do we design and build like these organizations that can drive these conversations at scale. I think is really the opportunity right now. I think the pilots are there, the examples are there. I think thinking about more the next generation of sort of platforms that can be created is really where we see as the point where we are at. The last thing I do want to make is I think I think at WRI we are very committed, we've also as we look at climate change, so 2-3 things, I mean, I think beyond mobility that we have been doing, I'll just mention. I think one is, I think with climate change, I think women are going to be disproportionately impacted, right? Whether it's because of the extreme events, whether it's the energy transition. So the ICE to EV, the fossil fuel to RE, and most to the more energy efficient construction. In all of these places, you will see the women will lose jobs. And so I think very, very proactively, how do we make sure that women get included in this transition in the workforce becomes extremely important. Again, we have been engaged in some, I would say, sort of early prototypes around this, some work on the textile sector in Surat. Of course, automotive sector, we have been working in Tamil Nadu and also doing some work in Maharashtra. So I think those are, again, important things. The other thing, I mean, the good things that we have seen also, just one is, I think also we talked a little bit about, the cash transfers. I think the Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana and the women ownership of houses also is clearly showing very positive results. So I think as we have seen some of our work in Orissa and reviewing some of the policies that have been done around housing in Orissa, in Gujarat, etc., I think there are very positive results. So I think there are learnings from that also that can be brought into this discourse. And finally, I think the work we have been doing focus not so much on women, but this idea of infants, toddlers, and caregiver-friendly neighborhoods, which is focused entirely on designing what we call nurturing neighborhoods or spaces, whether it's public spaces, outside schools, hospitals, whether it's parks. How do we design this so that they are more inclusive? And I think design then very quickly you can see very low-cost changes can be made that again make these spaces much more usable. So with that, again, I'd like to thank everyone and also say that, very excited that we are in the third year of Uddeshya, I think now, and really hope that we are able to build momentum to be able to take these smaller experiments, create the ecosystem that's really able to unlock the public finance to push this agenda forward very, very quickly. So really happy for all of the partners who are here. Look forward to the conversations through the day. And really, I think much more long-term partnerships like the Mobilise Her partnership that we have been working on, but many more of these in the years to come. So thank you very much and welcome once again to this conversation.
Thank you so much, Madhav. I once again thank all our distinguished speakers for their valuable insights. May I request the speakers to please rise as we, and I request the team to share a small token of our appreciation with them. Can we have a round of applause? With this, we conclude this session. We will now break for a quick tea and coffee break, and I request you all to please be back here in 10 minutes, which is 11:52, and we will start by 11:55 a.m. Thank you. I request you all to please take your seats. Welcome back. I hope everyone has gotten their tea and coffee and are well energized for this next segment of the event. I request you all to settle down. Thank you. I now invite everyone to join us for the launch of the Mobilise Her website. The website will serve as a platform for all updates on the project. It will serve as a resource hub for information on the 3 project cities, Ahmedabad, Bengaluru, and Kochi. The website will host the data collected from the 3 project cities as part of the project. To inaugurate this website, I would like to now call upon stage Delphine and the project partners of the MobiliseHER team to celebrate the launch with a photo op. Can you have a big round of applause for the team?
Action, begin.
massive congratulations to the entire team. With that, we now have the website live, and I invite everyone present here to feel free to scan the QR code on the backdrop to explore and engage with the Mobilise Her website. And I also request everyone to check out the inside pages for city-specific updates, and do reach out to Mobilise Her team with any questions or feedback that you may have. Thank you, team. We now move on to the next plenary session towards a gender-inclusive transition for India's e-mobility workforce. The transition to electric mobility offers a pathway to a cleaner transport system and broadens women's participation in the automotive sector. This panel convenes government and industry representatives to critically examine the challenges and potential strategies for fostering a more gender-inclusive e-mobility workforce. This session is organized under Electrifying Mobility in Cities, Investing in the Transformation to Electric Mobility in India, a 4-year project launched by the United Nations Environmental Programme in July 2024 with funding support from the Global Environment Facility and being executed under the leadership of Niti Aayog. I now request the speakers of the session to please join us here on the dais. We are joined by Dr. Sudhir Sharma and Dr. Debalina Kundu online, while we have Mr. Sudhendru Sinha and Ms. Aarti Mohan, Ms. Amrita Ganguly, and Mr. Arpit Sharma here in person with us. And of course, our moderator for the session, Dr. Kalpana Vishwanath. I will now take a quick moment to introduce the speakers with us here this morning. Dr. Sudhir Sharma, who is a climate change mitigation and sustainable development expert, currently serving as the officer in charge of UNEP's GEF Climate Change Mitigation Unit at the Regional Office for Asia and the Pacific. He has been an integral part of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, the UN Environment Programme, and the Clean Development Mechanism team, among many other significant initiatives. With him, we have Sudhendru Sinha ji, who is Advisor Infra Connectivity and Electric Mobility at Niti Aayog. He has over 31 years of experience in operations, infrastructure planning, management at field and policy making levels in Indian Railways. He has been awarded at the national level and has represented India at multiple international sustainable mobility conferences. Along with them, we have Dr. Debalina Kundu, Director, National Institute of Urban Affairs. Professor Debalina Kundu has over 20 years of experience, professional experience in the field of development studies. She's currently the HUDCO chair at the NIUA, the co-investigator, the editor of Journal of Environmental and Urbanization, Asia, a member of the 5th Delhi Finance Commission and various working groups and committee. Along with them, we have Ms. Aarti Mohan. Ms. Aarti Mohan is co-founder and partner at Sattva Consulting, where she heads the practice areas of gender and responsible supply chains. Ms. Aarti has over 15 years of impact sector experience spanning impact advisory, research, design, and programming for large initiatives in partnerships with global and domestic philanthropy, investors, and policy ecosystems. I also welcome Ms. Amrita Ganguly, Chief Diversity Officer at Tata Motors. Ms. Amrita has decades of experience across leading organizations like Times of India, BBC Worldwide, Infomedia 18, Walt Disney India, and Tata Steel. At Tata Motors, she is an active proponent of diversity, equity, and inclusion for better people practices, and believes that all changes start with the self. We also have Mr. Arpa Sharma, Chief Executive Officer, Skill Council for Green Jobs. With a distinguished career in renewable energy and finance, he has been pivotal in promoting sustainable practices. Arpit's leadership has fostered international collaboration, including partnerships with the World Bank and German Solar Association. His commitment to excellence and continuous learning is what we admire the most. This session will be moderated by Dr. Kalpana Vishwanath. Dr. Kalpana Vishwanath is a researcher and practitioner on gender-inclusive urbanization and women's safety. She is the co-founder and CEO of SafetyPen. She has worked as a consultant with UN Women and UN Habitat on issues of gender and urban safety, and has led research studies on safer cities for women in cities across the world. Before I hand over to the moderator, could I request Dr. Debolina Kundu to address us with her special remarks.
Thank you. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Okay. Thank you so much. Sorry for the rush up. I'm actually in an international conference in Jaipur, and I have to speak after 10-15 minutes. A very good afternoon to everyone, dignitaries on and off the dais. It is a pleasure to be here as we chart the course for a gender-inclusive transition in India's e-mobility workforce. India's urban population, I think we all are aware, it's more than 500 million now, and it's expected to increase further. This urban trajectory is also reshaping our mobility landscape and creating an urgent need to transform our transport systems towards sustainable models. As we witness the evolution of urban mobility, our focus must not only be on technological progress, but also on creating inclusive systems that address the diverse needs of all citizens. India's mobility paradigm is also undergoing a transformative shift. The electric mobility sector, propelled by initiatives such as faster adoption and manufacturing of electric vehicles, the FAME scheme, and the National Electric Mobility Mission Plan, are all aiming at overhauling our transport infrastructure while reducing carbon emissions. Alongside these electric initiatives, our country also continues to invest in non-electric mobility schemes through programs included in the Smart City Mission, the Metro Rail projects, and state-level policies and programs. The recent International Energy Agency reports that electric vehicles could capture a significant share of new vehicle sales by 2030, offering the promise of lower emissions, reducing operating costs, and enhanced air quality. However, these promising schemes must be harmonized with gender-responsive strategies to truly foster inclusive development. A critical aspect that demands our attention is the persistent gender disparity in the mobility sector. Global studies, such as those from the International Transport Forum, indicates that women account for only 20% of the workforce in transport-related fields. This disparity is not merely a statistics. It reflects long-standing structural challenges, including limited access to technical training, inadequate safety measures, and also biases that restrict women's career advancement in both electric and conventional mobility domains. Women are also key users of our urban transport systems, as we all know. And it also brings unique insights, particularly regarding safety, last mile connectivity, and accessibility, that are essential for crafting more effective and sustainable mobility solutions. A gender inclusive approach in policy and planning, I think, is very essential for addressing these disparities and unlocking new opportunities. Women's perspectives derived from their everyday experiences offer invaluable contributions to designing urban transport systems that are safe, efficient, and responsive to the needs of all citizens. The Smart Cities mission did have projects which included women-centric safety protocols and created dedicated spaces within transit hubs. Such measures are critical not only for enhancing the user experience but also for setting benchmarks in equitable urban development. At the National Institute of Urban Affairs, we are committed to this vision. The Urban Shift Country project exemplifies our proactive approach to integrating sustainable urban mobility with inclusive growth. Through this project, we are working closely with diverse stakeholders ranging from government bodies, industry leaders, and research institutions to develop innovative solutions that bridge the gender gap in the mobility sector. Operations, I think, must focus on standardizing guidelines, designing programs, and establishing digital training platforms to empower women to take on technical and leadership roles in both electric and non-electric mobility domains. Moreover, the drive towards sustainability, including mobility, is closely aligned with the United Nations SDG 11, which aims to make cities inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable, and SDG 13 on climate action. I think both underscore the importance of transforming urban transport systems. In parallel, SDG 5 emphasizes the need to eliminate gender disparities, making it imperative that our mobility strategies reflect this commitment. By integrating gender-responsive measures into schemes such as FAME and various public transport initiatives, we not only can advance environmental objectives, but also promote social equity and economic empowerment. In conclusion, I would like to reiterate that transitioning to a gender-inclusive e-mobility workforce is not merely an ethical mandate, it is a strategic imperative for India's future. As our cities continue to expand and modernize, we must seize this moment to rewrite the rules of engagement in our mobility systems by embedding gender inclusivity in our policies and practices. We can unlock the full potential of our human capital and pave the way for resilient and sustainable urban ecosystems. I urge all the stakeholders to commit to actionable strategies that build capacity, promote equitable participation, and create an environment where every individual, regardless of gender, can contribute to and benefit from our shared mobility future. I think together we can transform these challenges into a powerful narrative of inclusive growth and sustainable progress. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your valuable insights. I now request Dr. Sudhir Sharma to give his special address. Over to you, Dr. Sudhir Sharma.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, dear Sudhenduji. It's so nice to see you there. Hope I was there with you. And the distinguished panel that our colleagues from WRI have put together, and of course, our learned friends in the audience. It's a pleasure, and I get this opportunity to speak because not that I'm an expert in this field, but just because we are the agency which is channeling through the funds. But it's good to see that this is happening, and we are not looking at solutions in kind of sitting in a silo and deciding at a technical level what needs to be done. For us, the e-mobility project is an important element that meshes well with the Government of India's initiative, both at the level of bringing in sustainable development in urban areas, but also looking at how to transform out of into better climate friendly future growth paths. But if one looks at the urban development space, the project is also important from UNEP's perspective, because one of the big challenges, which is also linked to climate change, is air pollution. And this addresses that particular issue. So in this context, we're very happy to see this moving forward. We're very happy to see Niti Aayog initiative being led by Sudhenduji is an integral part of our effort, and we are working towards it. Now, in terms of, for us to be able to make this a success, it would be a success only not that we complete the project, but things to change. And for things to change, as Dr. Kundu mentioned earlier, it needs to be something which benefits all. And that's where I think this discussion today becomes important. When I was at UNFCCC, we used to have this senior person from Africa who used to chair one of our negotiation groups. And I think he had a very apt statement. He said that if you want to go fast, you can go alone. But if you want to go far, take everyone along. And I think that is the underlying objective with which we have organized this workshop. To me, basically, I think this change, and especially I looked at a glimpse of the audience. I'm very happy to see that it's not mostly old men like me sitting there and advising what is the best for everyone. So it's good to see that diversity, especially on the panel. So congratulations to WRI for putting that excellent diversity on the panel. And we very much look forward to seeing how can we make these changes which are beneficial to everyone. And it's not only in terms of the use of the system, but it starts from design of the system, design of various policies, because it is at every stage where a participation of everyone is important to shape it in a way that it actually gets owned by everyone. Otherwise, it will be only owned by those who sign. From that perspective, this workshop is really important for us. Thank you so much for coming here, and I actually look forward to listening to the knowledge that is there in the room and benefit from that. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. I would now like to hand over the session to our moderator, Dr. Kalpana Vishwanath.
Thank you so much. And thank you to Dr. Debolina as well as Sudhir joining us online. But we have a very, I think, diverse panel, not in terms of gender, but in terms of location, for such an important topic to discuss. I think in the morning, a lot of these issues were already touched upon in terms of building the ecosystem towards gender inclusive, gender responsive mobility. How do we look at the transition from a more, from the ICE towards renewable energies? And I think the issue, I'm glad that the research report was released, because I think what we're looking at is building strong research that can feed into policy, and then strong policies that then feed into actionable schemes on the ground. Now, in this particular area of transitioning as well as gender responsive and equitable transition, and I think it's very important, Sudhir mentioned it earlier, that we're building in gender responsiveness and equity at the beginning of a lot of the work. Unlike a lot of other debates where it is, once a lot of things have been done and then we bring it in. And I think Shagun also mentioned that in the morning, that in the design of programs, if we are able to bring in equity, inclusion, responsiveness, the impacts that we can have can be much more far-reaching. And then we're also not scrambling later to include something, and then the expenses goes up, everything goes up in that, costs also. So, we have Mr. Sudhendra Sinha, who has been a champion in all this work around electrification, but also on inclusion, and I always, we have all, I think many of us in this room have worked with him very closely, because he really listens to what we want. What is it that you're asking from the government? And I think Niti Aayog has played that role. So while we have people today from the private sector, from the research sector, from the Skill Council, I will begin by asking Mr. Sinha to share his thoughts on this in terms of and I'm going to pose to you a slightly more difficult question, because when we talk about sustainability, it is not just moving to electrification. Sometimes it becomes simplistically seen as you just electrify every petrol vehicle and you will have sustainable mobility in our cities. We know that's not the case. So while that is one part of the puzzle, I know as the government, you're looking at it from a much more holistic picture. And I think that's why public transport, public spaces that Madhav talked about in the morning, so that we are not moving towards a society where private vehicles become the mode of transport. Because even if you have electrification of all private vehicles and all of us want to own private vehicles, we are not going to have a sustainable society or sustainable transport. So I'd like you to address us to the larger questions around this, and then we'll come to the other panelists. Thank you so much, sir.
So at the onset, let me congratulate all the organizers for giving me an opportunity to be here. This is rather the fourth occasion in the same room, almost on the same topic. So for me, it becomes slightly difficult to ensure that the same script is also not repeated every time. So every time I mention that what Rosa Parks did, and I mentioned that how Kinkari Devi got, from the Supreme Court, she got an advantage. And very recently, one of the cases where, in Delhi, one of the lady, she filed a case with the High Court. And she said that, okay, why is it that I can't, everybody parks their vehicle right in front of my small shop. And the courts they thought into it, and they said that this is an utter failure of the entire, urban planning, and car parking has to be the focus of it. You very rightly said, I fully agree with you that, transport system, and more than, any of the sustainability attempts which we are making at, women have to be in the focus of it. The more, the moment we are able to do it, probably we are sorted. That is what my sense is. But then it is always very, very challenging. In transport system, because of the rigor of transport, traditionally it has not been in favor of women. Rather, I would say that when, if you see the government's approach, and the government's approach can be best understood by the budget. And in the budget, if you go through the Honorable Finance Minister's speeches, then the very first page, that is to say, in the first 2 minutes, you can understand that what is going to be the major plank of this budget. So if you see the last 3 budgets, continuously there is a focus on inclusion, and inclusion from the perspective of space, that is territory, Northeast, and then Central India, and all those places, and also from the point of view of demography, that is also another area. And in that demography, if you see it, then it always follows that how, where the women have to be placed. So continuously from women sensitive to women responsive to women centric to women led. That is how, the government's commitment has gradually been, and that is where we are. To my understanding, with electric mobility, women will naturally have more, space to be in the entire value system, in the entire ecosystem. For the simple reason being that here the place where you're working, that completely changes. So if you have got in your mind that around say 50 or 60 years back, the kind of bodybuilding shops of the buses and the trucks and the cabins of these, you know, the kind of they were there. Now today it is complete transformation in case of electric. So even in railways, the brake vans are now being air conditioned, the cabs are being air conditioned, and that is why since last almost 7 years, women have started getting into as drivers, as loco pilots, and as guards, which is a very, very difficult, earlier it used to be. So they've improved the quality of the entire, especially in the freight kind of, for the freight halls. In India, in the manufacturing sector, 12% of women, in electric mobility, almost, 7% in transport sector. That is where we are. Now this has to be increased. This can only increase if government, if the corporates, the private, the industry players, and the CSOs, if all three of us combine together, then only it could be a possibility. But yes, there could be a multiple areas when, think tanks and institutions like the organizers of this, they can also think over it. But maybe, I would like to elaborate it if I get a second opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sinha. I think you set the context and the understanding of the ecosystem. I think one of the biggest issues that is many of our speakers are going to speak about is really the creation of jobs. I think engendering the entire transport sector and in this, in the transforming towards more renewable energy, how are we going to make, how does that provide us an opportunity to actually be more intentionally inclusive and responsive to a wide range of people? I will, I think, ask Amrita to speak from Tata Motors, and I think she's both works as within Tata Motors to talk about your initiative, but also the larger, I think you're part of some other broader initiatives on engendering the sector. So over to you.
Good afternoon, and thank you so much for the invitation. A pleasure to be here with my distinguished co-panelists. From Tata Motors, I'd like to give you some data points on what we are trying to do so you understand the context of what I would like to share today. But what's also important is the importance of collaboration required sectorally, because individual, especially from the private sector, we can go only that much unless there's collaboration from across the private-public partnership, right? So at Tata Motors, the part of our business that handles smart mobility is Tata Smart City Mobility Solutions. With just few statistics for your understanding, we grew from about 4,000 employees to about 13,000 employees in the last few years. We run a fleet of about 3,200 green energy buses across primary cities in India in partnership with state governments. And which gives me a special joy, the two data points. One is that we have covered about 26 crore green kilometers in the attempt to move to greener transport solutions for cities. And as Sir mentioned, that the transportation gender representation is about at 7% of women in this space. Tata Motors has about, for the smart city mobility solutions, we stand at about 11%, and we have also actively employed community representation through NAP trainees, and we have also deployed certain transgender colleagues in our depots as well. So that's the summary of what we are trying to do at the smart mobility solutions. But what's more important is another lighthouse that we have at Tata Motors passenger vehicle segment, where we have 100% women assembly line that manufactures the premium Tata Harrier and Safari SUV. Now the reason I bring this up for all of us to know is when we conceived this about 10 years back, it felt impossible because we were told dosto ladkiyan bhi nahi milegi, and today we actually are very happy to say that we have over 1,700 women running this particular assembly line in our Pune plant. That in turn inspired a lot of our other plant locations to pick up similar agenda to improve our diversity percentage. It worked a lot with technical training. It worked a lot with creating the compliant environment through the Factories Act. But we also created what we call psychological safety, that when you come to work, you don't feel it's a highly masculine, highly aggressive kind of environment. There needs to be psychological safety for women to thrive, in fact for all employees to thrive. So we worked on that aspect as well. And the good news is that once it was done in the passenger vehicle segment, we saw a lot of enthusiasm from the other plants in our commercial vehicle segment. So we actually have women from Jharkhand, Lucknow, Maharashtra working on these large vehicles, and sometimes they're almost as tall as the body of the tire, right? So these are stories that we are very proud to share because we have shown that this transition can be done. Now, what is the way forward? And I think that's a very important conversation because Aarti is here also on the panel. I would like to think of it as a holistic integration where not only like the EU has the Mobilise Her program, so we look at it from a user perspective. Yes, more women should use e-mobility as transportation. But from a corporate perspective, it's also very important for us to bring in women not only at the manufacturing segment, which we are also already doing, but also at a supply downstream element as well. And personally, and that's a pipe dream for me, Kalpana, is that it's very common overseas to see women bus drivers, women truck drivers. I would love for us to normalize this in India, and that's where I think a lot of policy-led support will be required, because currently we look at 2 years of experience for bus drivers to apply for the tender. And we all know it's not going to give us number and scale with that kind of a requirement. So if I need to get more women into our fleets, in managerial role, in manufacturing role, and also in driver roles, we need to really collaborate with the civil society along with the government to make that happen. So that's what we are doing.
Thank you so much. I think that's, 100% women. I think manufacturing plant is something that is certainly to clap about. I would like to ask Arpit, who is with the Skill Council for Green Jobs, Government of India initiative. And I think we've done a lot of work around increasing women's workforce participation, particularly in the renewable sectors such as solar and others. So if you could share some of these initiatives, challenges, and successes with that group. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much. I would like to thank WRI and the other team members for inviting Skill Council for Green Jobs here. So, we've been working in this space of renewable energy, environment, forest and climate change, and sustainability for the last almost 10 years. We were created by the Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship way back in 2015. And our primary goal is to do a research in a particular area. So we have areas like solar, wind energy, small hydro, biofuels, biomass, waste to energy, e-waste, wastewater treatment, now green hydrogen, which is the buzzword, e-mobility, one of them, and of course, afforestation. So these are some very prominent areas that we work with nationally and internationally with multilaterals and bilaterals. We've been working very closely with World Bank, UNEP, GIZ. So I would like to touch upon certain areas that have been very, very women-centric that we have actually been able to create an impact in this country so far. So we joined hands with Tata Power almost 5 years back, and apart from developing the course and curriculum for solar installation technicians, we have done exclusive. Tata Power is one of the training partners of Skill Council for Green Jobs, and they have close to 7 training centers which are affiliated to SCGJ, and we have been able to successfully train close to 200 women who are solar installers and working, very, very pridely in the industry today. We did a very unique program with Renew Power and Seva Group, which is the Self-Employed Women's Association, which I've been mentioning. This project was completed last year. And this was about upskilling of salt pan workers in the area of the Run of Kutch. 400 women from the marginalized communities were upskilled in installing solar water pumping systems in that vulnerable environment. And after a 3-month rigorous training program carried out by SCGJ and with UNEP, along with Renew Power, these 40% of these women are now placed and they are employed in some industry or the other. We have very interestingly signed an MOU with Government of Australia recently, just a few days back, where it was announced by the Prime Minister of Australia that India would set up its rooftop solar academy, world-class rooftop solar academy in the country, in the state of Gujarat, and Skill Council for Green Jobs is the national partner in setting up that academy. So it was himself announced by the PM of Australia, along with the Honorable PM of India, Mr. Modi. And it has been decided, these kind of initiatives are never, do not flow from the top to bottom, especially from the government to the private sector, but it is actually the organization which takes on these kind of social responsibilities that, yes, we want to create a difference. So we as an organization, we deliberately, as a mandate, we decided that out of these 2,000 women that would be trained in this world-class rooftop solar academy, 1,000 would be women. And they would be beneficiaries from Seva and other self-help groups. We are also exploring opportunities with other women-centric organizations, like recently we have launched the Asia chapter on women in green hydrogen, along with IGEF recently in Gujarat. And we are trying to develop course and curriculum so as to maximize the inclusion of women in the green hydrogen space. Green hydrogen, e-mobility and renewables are all combined today. If you see the whole value chain, India having a huge ambitious target of creation of production of 5 million metric tons of green hydrogen by 2030. Mobility, cement, steel, and other allied industries which are hard to abate sectors, they would all be affected, and we aim to have more and more women inclusion. Just 2 more points, I'll not take much of the time. We have taken an initiative of developing international curriculum on solar installation and EV along with GIZ, and this is a special project funded by GIZ. The entire curriculum would be customized women-centric, and this would be launched in various government and private colleges and schools which are women-centric schools. We have, along with UNDP, we have already trained 60 women solar EV charging station, and they have been successfully employed by various private sectors. We are part of the V-Power, World Bank V-Power initiative, and today only I was having a word with one of the representatives from World Bank, that how can we, rather than only putting in the numbers on the portal, how can we actually maximize their employment? And we are already finding opportunities with the NUA scheme, which is one of the flagship schemes of Government of Orissa, which is the Nutana Nutana Unnata Abhilasha, where women need to be trained and their placement and employment needs to be maximized in the state of Odisha, and we are trying to explore opportunities not just for women but for transgenders. And last point today is that we have recently signed an MOU with one of the organizations called Empower Her, and they would be responsible for carrying out capacity building programs in the green hydrogen domain. So these are some of the initiatives that have been already taken on the ground, and by end of 2025, I, as a CEO of this organization, I aim to see that there would be a substantial 18 to 20% difference in the overall increase of women workforce in the entire green energy space. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I mean, I think those words are music to our ears, because we really are looking to increase women's workforce participation in all sectors. And I think it's interesting the way that all of you have spoken actually about the ecosystem. So it's not just private sector or government, but really how do we activate that ecosystem. And I think I will turn to Aarti to address some of those concerns about, you know, while we have, how do we bring together research, action, policies, you know, on-ground initiatives to sort of build that momentum in a way that, you know, I think when we're saying, you know, 12, I think you said, what, 20% by the end of this next year? I think we're looking for, you know, much higher, you know, in the next 10, 15 years. We should not be talking about 10 and 20%, and we shouldn't be happy with that. So clearly there's commitment from many sets of actors, whether it's government, whether it's private sector. How does, what are the kind of different elements of the ecosystem activation and participation that, you know, through your work you've sort of touched upon?
Thanks, Kalpana. Hello? Thanks, Kalpana. Thanks to WRI for inviting me to be a part of this very exciting discussion. I mean, it's very nice to see so many of us passionate about making things work in action. So, Kalpana, we've been working on 3 parts. As Sattva, we bring together ecosystems. We look at collaborative spaces and structures that can further work to transform the system from within and look at partnerships. So we've been working on 3 different areas here. One, with Arpit and his team, we looked at where are the green jobs, and also where are the green jobs for women, right? Like, and our estimate was that there are about 35 to 50 million jobs that can be unlocked. Of course, a large share of them are in solar, but the EV sector says that 10 to 20 million jobs are going to be unlocked. How many of those are going to be unlocked for women has been our investigation as well. And if we took a deep dive into the skill development ecosystem, right? Because we have a very vibrant skilling ecosystem, but it's true that a lot of them don't go ahead and mobilize women candidates in their skill training programs, because they know that a large number of them drop out when it actually comes to picking up the jobs. And we know that there are a bunch of different problems around that, right? Like, I mean, if Apple had to organize hostels and transport in and around that hyperlocal area for women to then, in Tamil Nadu, to join their factory, or if Ola had to arrange for a lot of transport for women to be part of their workforce, there is a lot to be solved for more than just, you know, to skill. So therefore, there is a huge opportunity to even look at, you know, what are the barriers and how do we look at those barriers. There are barriers in mobilizing them. There are barriers in limited awareness. Women don't know where these EV jobs are, or how to apply for them, or how to get skilled, and then how to get placed. And then, I mean, therefore, the automotive sector has very few women, right? And the other place is, once they have been skilled and they have to get placed, the flexible work hours that many of my panelists and the earlier panel also touched upon, transport facilities, childcare, these are some of the issues that are coming up again and again in terms of actually converting those into jobs. And jobs are only one part of the equation, right? Like, we collaborated with Ola Mobility Foundation to look at various different startups that can actually be engendered. We work with, in the automotive sector, we work with organizations like Alstom and Mercedes to look at the next future of innovation in electric mobility. Where are your next set of startups going to come from? And we work with them to design a program where they have now with IMV and the Telangana T-Hub looking at the next generation of startups in EV mobility, because they need to then be integrated into how the company operates. So I think that there is an opportunity to see how do we look at bringing a view of the demand side itself right from the beginning. How do we get companies to collaborate in putting together holistic sort of solutions? And then have a women angle right in front, right? 10% of the women are in the formal sector, so therefore that 90% of them are in the informal sector. When it comes to rural, I spent the last 2 weeks visiting women farmers across India and Kenya, across about 10 crop value chains. It's a huge opportunity to look at last mile transport, because that's the difference between them having a huge loss and making a reasonable profit out of their crops, because they know how to do farming. But the last mile transport cannot be fossil fuel based in those areas. It's got to be electric. What do we do? Right? Like we're working with Tata Motors in Kerala, with the Kerala government, for example, to look at how much of my electric vehicle taxis can actually be charged by a green charging system. And that means working with a bunch of micro entrepreneurs across the value chain. But many of those micro entrepreneurs most of those micro entrepreneurs are not women. But 25% of India's entrepreneurs are actually women. So these are opportunities, I feel, to one, look at and integrating into the supply chain, two, looking at engendering from a holistic perspective in the skilling ecosystem, and three, tapping into the entrepreneurial ecosystems where women are already present, from EV charging to battery solutions to distributing goods in the last mile, activating those transport systems where we can actually play a role. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Aarti. I think you brought together, all the key elements that need to be addressed. I would like to go back to Mr. Sinha to sort of, in the context of all the issues that have come up, what are some of the challenges that you foresee as we move forward? And, where do you sort of see the big growth and the big opportunities as we go forward in this renewable sector?
So I would say that, you mentioned it, that skilling has got to be important, because naturally no corporate would like to compromise on their standards and say that, okay, we are going for a particular gender kind of thing. No, that won't be there. So skilling is where the game basically starts from, and then the area that you choose for skilling is equally important. So it can't be only, you can't take only one spectrum and say that, okay, we are done. No. You have to think from end to end. Now let's see what precisely happens in transport sector. In transport planning, design, routing, rationalization of fares, so many things, women are hardly there. So it becomes very, very difficult for a man to kind of visualize that what could be their requirement. Okay, stakeholder consultation, those kind of things could always be there. But had women be there, had they been there right at the center of the field, then it becomes all the more, I would say that the framework that we would develop, that would be very, very correct. So maybe as an assignment to the CSOs, if I might suggest, one thing is very important. We ought to create a kind of audit framework for gender inclusion. So let's say, how do I know that corporate A and corporate B, or maybe transport system A or transport system B, how, if one is gender inclusive and one is not, what could be the parameters? And second is all the more complex. If both of them are gender inclusive, then how do I know that A is better than B? So until we come out with some sort of, that audit framework, and that it would definitely require a lot of study of how the global practices are, and maybe that, we will not be able to draw lessons from global, because they are a step ahead on that, and we will have to work out on our own that what could be those parameters and how exactly the weights can be given so that we are able to classify them. If we are able to do it, then maybe we can apply it to the corporates, and then probably, we can create some sort of, competition that whether a particular state, a particular corporate, a particular transport system, state transport undertaking, they can always take a claim that, okay, we are the best off, or we are better off, we have improved upon over the years. That framework is very, very significant. So probably that is one area where I always think that we could be working. Skilling, I always say, skilling is definitely, where the entire game starts from skilling only. So skilling, and skilling in the entire spectrum, end to end, and creating some sort of audit framework. That is what I would suggest.
Excellent. I think with Mr. Sinha, we always get very concrete recommendations. I think, thank you. I will open up for discussion now. So if any of you would like to ask a question, give any comments, you can put your hand up. I'm sure the volunteers will be there to give you mics. Please introduce yourself and make your intervention brief. And if you have a specific question to one of the panelists, you can mention that as well. Anyone would like to?
Hi, I'm Sonal from the Urban Catalysts, a very, very informative panel. My question is to Ms. Amrita and Mr. Sharma. You mentioned collaboration with government. What would be that one thing, if you had to ask specifically in terms of collaboration with government, what would it be?
Could be a controversial point of view, but I really think we need to incentivize the private sector to look at gender inclusion because, and it's important I qualify it, we didn't make our workplaces keeping in mind gender inclusion. It was historically designed for the white male, right? So when we now make investments for women, that washrooms chahiye, or we say ramps chahiye, we suddenly see it as a cost, and which is really incorrect because your business model was flawed to begin with. It did not have an inclusive ecosystem where anybody, if society has a 52-48 ratio, why didn't your workspace represent that to begin with? Now, there's no end to that debate, right? So I would like to think of it that it is a problem that organizations perceive inclusion as a cost. There are few organizations who will, because of the value-driven approach, will say, it's the right thing, let's do it. But to mobilize a lot more corporates into making these initiatives that are inclusive, and it comes with investment. It cannot be just a feel good that, oh, I was hiring 20, so maine 10 mahila ko hire kar liya. It can't stop at that. That's what this panel just established, right? So incentivizing corporates, it could be through taxation policies, it could be through, levies of some sort. But it has to be incentivized for this journey to be faster. That would be something that I would consider very seriously.
If I can just add on to, so Sonal, right? Sonal from Urban Catalyst, if I can share with you, that she has very actively pursued with me, and we created a gentle nudge to kind of thing to the states that in their EV policies, specific schemes, B, skilling centers, and C, the safety part of it. So all these three things, they should ensure that this is, kind of documented in their EV policies. So it was just because of her, and she was, I won't say very gently, but she was breathing very heavy on the neck. So that's why we issued it. Thank you.
Okay, due to the paucity of time, I'll be very quick. Let's forget about skilling for a moment. We have already spoken about that. That's skilling is a prerequisite of doing anything that's hands-on. मुझे अगर अपनी कार का puncture भी change करना है, तो I need to be skilled enough to do that if I'm stuck somewhere. So let's forget about that. In my opinion, what I have seen on ground is it is about awareness. So one small example is we always talk about various schemes. We always talk about various opportunities. So today we have this opportunity in front of us, which is 500 gigawatts of renewable energy targets that needs to be added by 2030, out of which we have solar. Out of that, we have the utility scale and we have the rooftop, correct? That's how it is divided. Then we have the PM Kusum and we have the small hydro and we have the geothermal and we have wind energy, further segregated into that. When we are talking about rooftop solar, it is further divided into PM Surya Ghar Muft Bijli Yojana, which aims to electrify 1 crore households in this country today. And government is giving a subsidy. Now, in order to push this market, government has introduced the concept of subsidy. That's why it has been introduced. Imagine women working for a utility scale project where the conditions are not very conducive. They have been sent to these big ultra mega power plants and they have found the conditions to be very harsh. There have been no separate washrooms for women. I don't want to name these power plants, these locations, but they could not, they could not survive in these particular locations due to whatever reasons, climate, in industrial facilities and all that. On the other side, you have the rooftop solar PM Surya Ghar Muft Bijli Yojana, where these group of women can act like sales agents. They can do calls, they can have a team of 1 or 2 technicians, they can do the service, they can do the operation and maintenance. So a group of 4 women can procure small orders, they can go to residential house homes, and they make a living. This is just the opposite side of the story. Now who will tell these? You know, it has to be, they can create a complete dealer, distributor, channel partner, networkship. So all these things need to be told to, you know, women-centric groups. And this is where the role of awareness comes in. You need to have very, very substantial and very robust business models, but then, you know, कहते हैं ना कि you need to join all the dots in order to make a perfect ecosystem. That's what needs to be created. And there are so many opportunities, whether it is EV or it is green hydrogen. If green hydrogen, maybe you are producing the hydrogen, right? You need to have an off-taker. Tomorrow you need to have an off-taker. So you can have a bunch of women who are, you know, doing sales calls for these decentralized power production units, as well as companies who would like to buy the hydrogen. So many opportunities. All as corporates we need to do is we need to actually motivate them and give them the right kind of, you know, opportunity in place. That's all from my side.
Any more questions? We can take a couple more. There's somebody there.
Hello, I'm Arvinda from WRI India, and my question is to the entire panel. While the industry has its own standards and is coming up with own measures to increase the inclusivity in the workforce, we have seen repeatedly through the day that a lot of women are engaged in the informal sector. And is there anything that the industry can do that can also take them in the stride, because that is what is most accessible to a lot of women from more disadvantaged economic groups? So is there anything that, and industry being the most creative place that comes up with the most interesting solutions to a lot of difficult problems, what can we do to take them also in our stride? And considering that they are also facing additional societal barriers, what sort of tips or you know, ideas can we put in place that can get more of those women into the workforce at all different levels, and how can, you know, industry drive this sort of a change.
Can we take one more question? One or two more, and then we can answer. Two more questions, yeah.
Good afternoon, everybody. I am Ritika from Miranda House.
We can't hear you.
Am I audible now?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. So, good afternoon, everybody. I am Ritika from Miranda House. And the question that I have is, all of you were talking about women who are employed in the informal sector, 90% of them are employed. And civil society and government collaboration is also necessary for women as drivers. So I was speaking to a group of women e-rickshaw drivers, and all of them raised similar concerns regarding their safety and security issues, whereby they said that the male e-rickshaw drivers who are who are majority in numbers, often do not allow them to share the same e-rickshaw stand, and also they face numerous cases of harassment. So what can be done with regard to that, and what are the changes that can be brought about?
Thank you. One more question, and then we'll have.
So my question is to the entire panel. The panel talked about gender inclusivity. My question is that apart from women with increasing heterogeneity within the concept of gender, how does the panel aim to integrate entire heterogeneity within this gender in the mainstream in terms of renewable energy as well?
I think I'll let each one of you answer to any part of the question that you'd like, and maybe this can be your closing remarks as well.
Yeah, I'll just take her question around how do women in the informal sector participate in this. I think there are two levers that we could explore with the industry. One is increasingly corporates are open to, with intent at least, to procure from small suppliers. It's happening a lot more in the agriculture and retail industries, but there is an opportunity there for women groups, federated groups to actually produce. The IKEA, for example, has so much of its linen and other things bamboo being produced and shaped into the quality standards it needs by women groups. Mahindra Holidays, for example, in all of its holiday locations procures food, ingredients, many other things solely from women groups. So I think that if there are one is of course the business structures problem has to still be solved there. It's not just about producing, it's about producing, marketing, ensuring that you meet the certification quality standards, all of that. But if we were to assume that that can be done because it's being done in other industries, there is an opportunity to produce from a battery perspective, and Ola is actually trying this out now in Karnataka, I hear, working with women groups. There's an opportunity to service and retail. Now it's established that women in the rural areas, women groups in the rural areas can distribute far more effectively because they're seen as trusted members in communities. So they, between 100 to 200 households, they're actually able to very effectively distribute products and services. And these are both very important. It's not just about bringing that EV product to somebody's household, but it's also about maintaining it and ensuring that it's well kept. I think women can play a role there. The second I would say is in many of these cases, it stops because corporatists cannot take all of the risk by themselves. There is nothing that mandates them to actually work with these groups. So I feel some of these innovative financing mechanisms, like for example, when we worked with Mercedes, the CSR of Mercedes had to come forward to say in the next 2 years, we'll actually put some CSR money here for you to discover those startups. 6 out of those 10 may work, 4 may not work. Who will take that risk? So I think that some innovative financing, philanthropy partnerships are another lever to look at for corporates to be able to work more with these groups they have not worked with before. Thanks.
Yeah, I might sound a little blunt. Women ko driver hi kyun banna hai? My question is that there are so many things in a complete value chain which no one talks about. Women can be empowered, they can be trained in becoming they can be trained on entrepreneurship capabilities, and they can become channel partners, dealers, distributors of component suppliers, for example. Same is the case whether it is EV or it is solar. Now, if I talk about one of the classic examples of Vestas, which is on the governing board also, there are two things. One, you are recruiting more and more women in the organization so as to balance that culture. And the second thing is, I had a word with the MD of Vestas during this training program where we upskilled our solar technicians to wind technicians so that they can get a job in the blade manufacturing unit. And I was clearly told that whenever we are jointly designing a training program for blade manufacturing technicians, the component of how to respect women in the organization should be added, apart from the technical component. So that is the kind of culture that you need to instill. So dono cheezein, they have to go hand in hand. You know, that's what my point of view is. Create entrepreneurs, create those kind of opportunities, and create that kind of a culture in the organization. Last thing, today, for example, I have requested two young women from my organization to be a part of this, you know, this event, so that they can have this kind of an exposure. They are both students from Lady Irwin College, and this is how you instill that kind of a catalyst in their mind that this is how the world is working, and this is how where we all of us are talking about empowering women. So this has to actually start from the rock bottom.
So in informal sector, there are definitely challenges are there. So that is well accepted. Now, because, you know, naturally a formal mechanism is not there. So how does government approach that? Other than, of course, the rule of the land is there. For example, if you see the waste collection, then in that waste collection, it is in informal sector. Majority of activity goes in the informal sector. And naturally, how to increase women's participation or how to ensure that safety is there through a formal mechanism, that becomes slightly difficult. But I'll fully agree that gradually, you know, we could always think of informal sector, which can gradually be, I will not use the word formalized, but maybe semi-formalized, in the sense of formation of small little groups, societies, interest groups, communities. Then it becomes all the more easy for the government to have access and ensure that, you know, the discipline and whatever we wish to achieve, all those things are able to maintain. That is a challenge, and gradually we are attempting that how to go about it. But you will appreciate that government in their own recruitment processes, in the corporate recruitment processes, in the contractual recruitment processes also, where, you know, contractor has got a lot of leeway, but still in all these three areas we have been able to ensure that women's safety or women, you know, so many multiple issues, gender inclusivity, those things are in a way kind of addressed. But in the informal sector, you rightly said that probably challenges are there and that needs to be taken care of. Thank you.
So I'll take the responses in reverse order. The last question on the inclusion of the spectrum. I think it's very important for corporates to recognize that this is a reality that's right there. While LGB, we can't legally ask for disclosures. For T, we can definitely. So we are actively, we run at Tata Motors, we run programs that look at trans onboarding in a focused manner. But we also must be very careful because, you know, the societal structure for women and the mental load that women carry is already a complex space. That's a reality. And when we get women in the workspace, what are we doing for that societal space to also be managed, right? Similarly, for the trans group, when you remove them from their ecosystem of having a guruma or having a family outside in their own framework, it's with a lot of responsibility that you have to support them for that to be successful. Tata Steel, for example, has onboarded 250 trans colleagues across its mining location and manufacturing locations, but they ensured they provided accommodation, they provided conveyance. So that's a responsibility for taking the inclusion to beyond gender, I mean within gender to the trans community, and organizations can do it with the right KPIs and targets because we love that kind of language. The second piece on the safety piece, you know, I was so happy to hear Miranda House because it gave me a flashback. I'm from Lady Shriram. And there's a difference that we all felt as college students with North Campus and South Campus, right? I could walk to M Block, but I would take my friend along. But if I went to North Campus, I made sure I had at least 10 friends with me. So the answer to your question is, the only way we can improve safety for women in external places is for women to be more visible. If you don't make women visible in the outside space, the courage that a single woman needs to be that driver or be that conductor or be anybody in the informal sector or in the public space is that much more of a psychological burden on her. So if you increase representation and visibility of women, and it's not just to the washroom and two women go together, but it's also in public spaces where you need that number representation to happen for the safety factor to shift. That's the way I see it. And the third piece, ma'am, on your collaboration piece, I think, as sir was saying, that we attend these panels and in our heads we're like, yaar, same cheez kitni baar bolenge, right? And it becomes very perplexing because we need to see these conversations in action, right? So one of the things we have done for the automotive sector is that the Society of Indian Automotive Manufacturers, SIAM, we have a gender champion consortium that we have just launched, and we have encouraged all of our automobile partners to join that, because if sectorally we can talk with our partners both at the supply end and the government end, then you don't have to have 50 conversations. You can have one conversation and address the needs of the sector in a cohesive manner. And the needs are common. We all know what the problems are. We all know what the roadblocks are. It's time for action. So that's why I feel that a collective conversation as opposed to a one-to-one conversation is the need of the hour for us to make some tangible, quick changes. And I'm very grateful, and I must congratulate the government's approach on this subject, because they are very agile and they need the partnership to make this real. Where, we all know that there are countries where the government is not looking at this at all, including very developed first world countries who are saying there are only 2 genders and let's shut down DI programs, right? It's happening as a reality. So our government is completely backing this journey, which means that it's imperative for us as the corporate sector to come together, put our requests in a consolidated manner and have that conversation. So that might perhaps help us hasten things and make it into tangible actions, right?
Thank you very much. I think I'm not going to try and sum this up. Thank you, WRI, for organizing this such a diverse panel. But I do think that, the last point that you made, that the time for action is now. And I think that is what everybody is saying in some senses. I wouldn't say everyone knows the problems, but a lot of people do. And I think taking it to those unusual spaces now, right? People who think that they are not part of the solution, that's where we have to now take these conversations too, and to get that change. I think safety, skilling, the enabling environment, ecosystem, these are the big kind of conversations that we're having. But I do want to leave saying that, we always have to, every time we are doing something, the way that things are changing around us, it may be policies, but more likely it is technology, which is really forcing us to. So I think that as we are discussing this now, we probably need to bring in the element of artificial intelligence, how that is going to change the nature of employment altogether in much faster than we think it was going to be. So I think let's not do each conversation as if, Abhi, we'll discuss this, and then that problem comes, let's discuss that. I think we need to recognize that all of these are so interconnected, and we don't have the luxury of discussing something and not something else. So I would actually urge all of us to bring in all these different elements while we are having these conversations in different spaces. And I think now I will not stand between you and your lunch. So thank you very much to all the panelists for an amazing set of discussions.
Thank you so much. I think the clapping was an indication that everyone is hungry, but let's give a big round of applause for this panel. Having Kalpana moderate this, I think no one else could have done this better, and thank you for being a partner with us on these conversations. I think safety, skilling, collaboration, action, I think all this where the message is standing. I want to take this opportunity to thank our partners UNEP, We've been looking very closely under Jeff, along with the leadership of Niti Aayog, in driving this conversation on e-mobility participation and how do you really encourage this. So thank you, Sujendra sir, for being a pillar of strength for us and being here. Thank you, Amrita. Thank you, Arpit. Thank you, Aarti. I think we all got different dimensions to really look at how we do things, and Dr. Sudhir and Dr. Kundu for joining online. And once again, if we can bring up back the Mobilise Her website, Anandita. So Delphin, really want to thank you for this Mobilise Her initiative, I think, which is being co-funded by European Union with our partners CEPT, PRIA, and UEMI, that we are doing this conversation. I mean, imagine who would have thought that we'll be sitting here on a weekday and really thinking about action, thinking about collaborations. And this is really fantastic that we're talking about gender and mobility. So we'll break for lunch now, and we'll have take picture, and of course we'll have, I'll request my colleagues to give the small memento as a token of appreciation. Jubin, Tavlin, please, Chaitanya. Yeah. Chaitanya, come. Yeah. Chaitanya, come there also. We'll be back sharp at 2. The lunch is being served outside, and we'll have a very interesting conversations. We'll be hearing from our Equi-Mobility Champions, followed by a conversations on how civil society organizations are taking forward these conversations and building capacities. That will be done by Kaustubh from PRIA. So looking forward to this conversation. Thank you all. See you at sharp 2 p.m.
प्रॉब्लम ये है बेटा कैमरा में वीडियो में इट्स गोइंग आउट रवि का है रवि को बुलाना लगा दो लगा दो लगा दो इसको हटा लेंगे ना कर लेंगे तो लगा दो कर लेंगे बेटा बट एटलीस्ट नेम प्लेट्स प्रॉपर आ जाएंगे क्या हुआ
Good afternoon, everyone. I request everyone to take their seats. We'll be starting shortly in a minute. You want? But you be here for awards, and you're not here for a co-op, community of practice launch. What is the community of practice launch? So 3:45. Requesting everyone to take their seats, please. We'll start shortly. You do whatever you want. एक माइक है. भाई एक माइक. So while we wait for next sessions to start, I see a lot of young people here, and I thought I'll ask and get some of their opinion poll here. So please introduce yourself, and then I think we'll do like a mini quiz. What is the most definitive action you think we should do for improving mobility from a gender lens? So I'll start with you.
Yeah, so hello, I am Alekhya. I am a student from Terry. So I am currently pursuing my master's in economics. And answering to your question, I think there are many ways. Okay. Do I reintroduce myself, or is it all right? Yeah. So I come from Telangana, so I have seen a little, I think it's already done for me because it is affordable. We have a free mobility system, and we do have access. I mean, I have used it and I find it more convenient to me. So I don't see more things to be done, but I see if it's implemented everywhere, maybe we could see a bigger change.
Thank you, Alekhya, for that and kickstarting. Anyone here?
Sorry?
So while we get the Equi-Mobility Champions conversation started, hello. I'll request the room to settle down. This we'll get into our next session in 5 minutes. So I have a conversation here that I'm just asking this question. You all heard in the morning so much action about gender and mobility, what needs to be done, from skilling to safety to multiple things. Right? There's a lot of action. So my question to all of you, and this will be random to pick any of you from the audience, is what is that one definitive action you feel is very important for improving or for creating a gender responsive mobility system in India? This is also my way of waking you all up after heavy lunch with a lot of carbs for all of us. I will also be walking around. Yeah, please introduce yourself and then please share your thoughts.
So I am Hita Chand from Miranda House, and one of the ways which I think we can make mobility safer for all the genders is like one way can be
having an proper infrastructure like building areas and providing good street lights, because most of the crimes happen in dark areas and where the lighting is very poor. So street lights is very important to be implemented in areas which are very dark and yeah.
Thank you, Hita. So Hita is stressing on street lighting. Anyone else? I see there is raising a hand for the desert or for sharing your idea. Yeah, please introduce yourself.
So I'm Ritika from Miranda House, and actually I made a documentary on the lives of women e-rickshaw drivers and also people who are differently abled for this event only, but the intention wasn't to get shortlisted, the intention was to actually do something for them. So when we were touching upon the topic of the lives of women who are transport operators, the point that Amrita ma'am raised, that visibility of women, that should be prioritized. And also when I was talking to them, I realized that they have not formed any unions as of such. So to raise their demands collectively, we should urge them to form unions of some sort so that they can come together and voice their opinions. So that would be.
This doesn't look like you all had lunch. There are two options running here. Either you all had lunch or already half of us are asleep here. So let's wake up by giving a big round of applause to Ritika for sharing her ideas that making things visible and how do you then bring a collective together will be very important. Is the video ready on Equi-Mobility Champions? Can we play that? So this was just a teaser to wake you all up. We'll do more of this throughout the day so that I don't want this part of the room primarily students to feel that we're just listening, but I also want you to actively participate. Maybe we'll take one or two more responses. What would you prioritize? Karen, what would you think we should prioritize?
I would definitely. It's ensuring women's voices in each and every organization in terms of mainstreaming the capacity to have a gender audit, to have a gender assessment for any policy taken, just ensuring that voice is heard. So increasing the institutional capacity.
Yeah, voice is heard, institutional capacity and gender assessment. Big round of applause there. I want to hear from some men because I think the problem is with men, right, when we're talking about gender and mobility, because I think, yeah, please, thank you for volunteering. Please introduce yourself.
Hi everyone, I am Uddeshya, the same name as the women. So there are two Udeshyas in the room today. I represent Crystal Limited. We as a consulting firm provide assistance to various state governments and multinational on urban projects related to urban. I think my point here would be that, and as this event has been for me as well, it's been an eye-opener. So it is important to run a mass campaign highlighting the issues that women face when it comes to transportation, because a lot of these issues we aren't aware of, right? We men probably take all of this for granted, we are not aware of. So, and as she talked about, say, making documentaries or maybe running ads or things like that, so to sensitize everybody about those issues. I think.
Awesome. So Uddeshya is to ensure that we actually do mass campaigns, raise more awareness. Yeah, one more here.
Hi, thank you. My name is Prince. And I think the solution, there is no one common solution to this problem. I think having large number of people who are sensitized to the aspect of gender and who can, go into different streams and bring a lens to look at things from the gender perspective is the solution. Like for every field, every sector, we need people to think about the problems from the gender aspect and then go act at it from that side.
Excellent. So we need more champions. So this is what we're going to talk in the next session. Before I hand over to Arvinda, we had one last request you want to talk.
Yeah, I think what requires to be done is, hi, I'm Nilanjana. I work in the urban mobility space, and so glad we are talking about this. This happens to be an issue I think we should have, probably debated and done away with so far, but glad it's come up at this point. And I think the only suggestion or the way I see going forward on this would help is that, the push has to be, there has to be policy related to this, which would kind of incentivize both governments and then the private agencies to come forward
to work collectively. It is not a one-sided approach. There is no one stakeholder who can actually bridge the gap. So the gap is diverse, it's huge, and we need to do something now.
Thank you, Neil. Engineers, policy, both for government, private sector, everyone. So can we give a big round of applause to all the volunteers who stood up to really speak their mind? And can I request Amrita to bring in the YouTube? Yes. We'll listen to this Equi-Mobility Champions.
In a world where mobility is constantly evolving, it is critical to pave the way for a more inclusive future. Mobility is not gender neutral. There are several unique factors that govern women's mobility. For instance, women are time conscious as they tend to have more caregiving responsibilities that they integrate into their daily commute. They also prefer trip chaining and, if not regularly commuting, travel during off-peak hours to beat the crowds. The Equi-Mobility Champions program aims to bridge this gap in urban mobility planning and infrastructure. It is a year-long program in which selected ambassadors, change makers, will be trained on gender-responsive mobility systems and receive the support to become leaders that are actively contributing to the sector.
Through this program, WRI India and its partners will work with Equi-Mobility change makers from 10 cities across India. The program will focus on empowering them in building gender-responsive mobility planning, and will also provide support through mentorship and access to stakeholder networks in converting their ideas and bring them alive.
Join us on this journey. Apply to WRI India's Equi-Mobility Champions program today and help us chart out the future of sustainable and inclusive urban mobility.
So we launched this Equi-Mobility Champions initiative last year with a cohort of 12 people.
Today, we present a powerful speech by Pulki Sharma, an esteemed journalist.
So we need to stop the YouTube there. So I was about to sleep and I think I got woken up. So good. With that, let me hand it over to Arvinda and then we will continue with our afternoon session. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, Pavan. Before we continue, can we have a huge round of applause for Pavan for waking us all up and engaging us. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Arvinda. We are here, we're very excited to start off this session, to start off the afternoon, with the spotlight on the Equi-Mobility Champions program. We started this last year, like Pavan mentioned, with the aim of nurturing and identifying and working with 12 very passionate individuals. These individuals come from very diverse parts of India and diverse professional backgrounds. And the one thing that we've had in common for the past year is that we've journeyed through lectures, through experiments, through projects to understand what gender-responsive mobility truly is. And today, our session right now is to spotlight some of the work done by our Equi-Mobility champions. I would request the champions who will be speaking today to limit their presentation to 7 minutes. I would request the audience members to hang on to your questions. We will do a Q&A at the end if time permits. If not, then please feel free to connect with them offline. And these are very, very, very interesting perspectives that have come and have developed through the past 1 year. To keep to time, let me quickly start the session. Let me invite the first speaker, Mr. Arindam Kumar Das, to talk about his work on understanding pedestrian safety of women in Bengaluru. Arindam, can we have you up here?
Hi, good afternoon. I am Arindam. I am Arindam Das. I am an architect practicing in Bangalore. And I am from Guwahati, but I've been in Bangalore for the past few years, and I have had a chance to work on a few public projects over the past few years. And through this Equi-Mobility Champions program, I try to understand pedestrian safety of women in Bangalore and to propose an safety audit framework to ensure that mobility becomes more accessible and more easier for women. So I'll just start off. So walking is comes very naturally to all of us, and freedom of movement is a right that everyone should have. If you look at the share of trips that are made by in major cities, Mumbai almost has a 50% share of walking. Delhi is almost at 33%, and Bangalore has a very small number. This is only 8%. But if you look at it, most of the walking that happens, 70% of all trips are within the 0 to 2 kilometer range. And this is also because of lack of public transport connectivity the lack of public transport connectivity on sub-arterial roads, neighborhood roads. And the last mile often lacks safe, affordable and accessible mobility options. And we also understand from our we also know that women end up taking much longer routes just to feel safe in the city, and there is a huge reliance on navigation apps now. And despite all of that, walking is still not viewed as a political issue. So this project aims to build a case for conducting safety audits focused on improved walkability in Bangalore. So BBMP in the past 10 years, 15 years has pushed a lot of road improvement programs, which are focused mainly on arterial roads. There is the high density corridor project is a recent addition to that, where 200 kilometers of roads in Bangalore are being improved to improve accessibility and walkability. Then there is a Suraksha 75 program, which looks at road safety in major junctions in the city. Then there is Tender Sure Light. But if you look at recent newspaper reports, we see that Bangalore, the perception of Bangalore as a safe city is declining, and this calls for a more targeted intervention within neighborhood streets. So the objective of this project is to understand parameters of street safety that need to be reflected through the audit, and provide recommendations and prioritize improvements under the scope of different departments and stakeholders. There are various stakeholders who are involved in each when we talk about road safety, and through periodically assess outcomes through quantifiable metrics of the audit framework. So I have looked at Bangalore as my target site, and the respondents are most of the respondents are between the age of 18 to 65 years. And I have intended to capture my survey. I have tried to understand 5 things: travel patterns of women, perception of safety, infrastructure gaps that exist, how first and last mile connectivity, and harassment faced while walking. So this is just about my respondents. Most respondents were between 18 and 35. Most respondents were employed full time, and 90% of the respondents were not the primary breadwinner of the family. So through the key findings of this survey, I'll start. Most of the respondents were walking for various needs, but the main thing that came out was women are walking because of work and office commute and their daily requirements. And their decision to walk in the city is influenced by various things. Most of it is affordability, safety, and lack of mobility options. And then I try to look at first and last mile connect. Almost 70% of my respondents were walking up to 20 minutes one way in their first and last mile connect. And the issues that they faced during this was poor lighting, there were blind spots, and lack of mobility options. The survey suggested that 64% prefer walking as their main mode of commute for the first and last mile. There is a 96% of the respondents felt that Bangalore lacks adequate pedestrian infrastructure. This includes wayfinding and signage. This includes your CCTV cameras. And what is most important for them is better pedestrian infrastructure, footpaths, presence of police patrolling, and wayfinding and signage. And so I would like to bring you to this. The most of the walking that my respondents or women in Bangalore are taking is between the time of 7 to 9 p.m. and after 9 p.m. And also when people are feeling unsafe is again after 7 to 9 p.m. Between 7 to 9, and after 9 is almost 90% of the women said they feel unsafe. So I want to bring your attention here, because if we are talking about making mobility, if you're talking about making streets safer for women, women have to feel safe. Then I come back to harassment. 70% of my respondents have faced harassment while walking in Bangalore, and the city is perceived to be very unsafe. The commute to the nearest bus stop and the metro station, the result was 75% felt very unsafe to somewhat unsafe, and almost 70% have faced harassment while walking in the city. 46% of my respondents have at some point avoided walking as a direct result of the harassment faced. The harassment is not limited to only newer neighborhoods. This happens in their own neighborhoods, also in newer neighborhoods, and there are various kinds of harassment that people face, and due to this, 44% of my respondents have moved to other modes of commute as a result. And just 88% of my respondents reported that hearing about harassment faced by their friends and family also impacted their perception of safety. And due to this, women are always carrying sharp objects with them. They're always on a call. So when we say freedom of movement, women are always moving in fear, and this is something that policymakers or our elected leaders have to take an account of. And the last is the reliance on, again, I want to talk about how people are reliant on navigation apps now. The routes that navigation apps somewhat, 84% said that they sometimes feel safe. Not all routes suggested by navigation apps are always, there is no safety index there. And they tend to reroute themselves when the route feels unsafe. So the summary of my project, most trips undertaken for daily needs and caregiving and for caregiving trips. Women choose to walk due to lack of accessible and affordable mobility options. Most walk trips are undertaken between 2 to 7, and this is when they least feel safe. Most respondents who said that Bangalore was a safe city had access to private vehicles, private four-wheelers or two-wheelers, and there is harassment faced both in familiar neighborhoods and newer neighborhoods, and hearing about this also impacts their travel choices. The recommendations include improve last mile connectivity. There has to be focus on neighborhood roads as well. I would like to propose that the city undertake safety audits and take citizens' account and make our elected leaders and government officials accountable. Increase patrolling, CCTV surveillance, distress helplines at high-risk zones, and integrate safety index in our navigation apps. Just to understand street safety, there are a lot of factors that concern pedestrian concerns that are part of street safety, and this includes road safety, this includes perception, this includes maintenance of drains, utilities, and there are various stakeholders who are involved in the making of every street, and they have to come together and they have to coordinate within themselves to make our experience of walking on streets better. And Bangalore has already proposed the BMLT Act, which is yet to come in, but I think something like that would make it easier. As part of this, I have selected 3 routes of different type of neighborhoods for a sample audit like this, which can be scaled. Just as an example outcome, there are various apps that do this. In India, we have the Red Dot Foundation and Safety Pin, and this is an example of how something like this could be an outcome. So, yeah.
Thank you, Arindam, for that very strong reality check for me as a Bangalorean. Any guesses on how long or how much time it was available for this research to be done? Ashita, we'll come back to you. Wild guesses, quick numbers. Okay, so this is one point that I really want to highlight about all of the Equi-Mobility Champions. They have a full-fledged daytime job, and they volunteered to become part of this cohort, and they spent their weekends and their extra time through the week, and this was completely unfunded. All the work that's going to be presented right now is completely unfunded, done voluntarily,
and on their own strength. Also, this is work in progress. This is what we've realized when we said, okay, we're coming to a close of the program, that all the Equi-Mobility Champions said, no, we're really invested in this and we really want to see this to the end. So this is work in progress. Please reach out to these champions if you'd like to work with them. Moving on, can I invite our next speaker, Parul, to talk about gender and mobility in the informal sector, a case study from Vadodara.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank you, EMC team, and my mentor, Megha Tyagi, for pulling out the project in this way. So today I'm here not just to share just numbers, but the lived realities of women who move through our cities invisibly. This is the story of women vendors in Vadodara and the weight they carry. Women constitute about 40% of the total vendors, and with nearly 30% being the sole earners of the family. Their significant presence in the informal economy requires attention, as this presentation explores intersection of gender, mobility, and economic opportunity. The aim of the study is to understand commuting patterns of women vendors and their distinct needs and challenges. So there are three core dimensions that I've tried to explore. First, understanding how women move across the city. Second, the challenges they face during the commute and infrastructure issues and safety issues. And the third, assessing how transportation impacts their economic opportunities. And the toolkit that I have followed, interviews with the 13 women vendors from 2 pilot sites, 1 focus group discussion, and the photo-based analysis. This is a map of Vadodara. 2 pilot sites have been chosen, which tells the story of women whose movements drive the city's economy. The site 1, historic old market near Nehripura, a city-level scale hub, has been home to vendors for generations, while Site 2, Gadhira Market, a neighborhood-centered space, reflects a more localized economic network. The study tried to capture diverse mobility patterns that shape vendors' economic survival. Through the experiences of 13 women, mobility takes on new meaning as these women navigate not just streets but opportunities. So who are these women? So they are the small-scale entrepreneurs engaged in the informal economy, selling goods on streets. So let me take to you on a journey of 3 women from Site 1, which illustrates the complex mobility patterns of women vendors in Vadodara. This is a woman 1, a 32-year-old woman from Baranpura, lives in a cramped rented room with her husband, children, and parents. Though her family owns a 2-wheeler, she can use it only when it's free to use. Each day she wakes up before dawn, completes her household chores, and leaves at 10 a.m., pushing her cart heavier than her own body weight through uneven roads and traffic, irrespective of her health conditions. Despite the market being just 700 meters away, it takes her 40 minutes to reach Nehripura gate due to the physical burden she carries. And after reaching the market, she sets up the push cart on the roadside, navigating both traffic congestion and the struggles of informal vending. This is the second woman, a 60-year-old woman from Pratap Nagar, lives in a cramped rented room with her children and grandchild. Though her household owns a 2-wheeler, she also has no access to it. At 10:30 a.m., she carries heavy iron items on her head, walks for 5 to 7 minutes to the main road, where she shares an auto rickshaw with the women of her same community, and she travels for 1.5 kilometers to the market, and that ride each trip costs her ₹25. After a 20-minute commute, she sets up her goods on the ground in the old market, where she works 10 hours a day. This is the third woman. A 45-year-old woman from Chani owns a single room with a kacha roof and lives with her husband, children, and in-laws. Despite contributing to the household income, she cannot use family's 2-wheeler. At 10 a.m., she makes 2 to 3 trips carrying bulky wooden bats to the main road, walking 3 to 4 minutes each time. She then hires a private auto that costs her ₹100 for a 6.5 kilometer ride, which takes 40 minutes through traffic. Upon arrival, she unloads the item. So there are other women like them who have similar stories. So now all these women converge at one of the Vadodara's oldest commercial hub, operating from 11 a.m. until 8 p.m. regardless of weather conditions. So blue line here shows the stress dominated by the male vendors, and the pink area signifies the vending dominated by the female vendors. Those who have worked for generations. As one vendor shared, we have been here for generations, recognizing each other's families and looking after each other. So these are testimonies that reveal the strong community network and deep family ties. The same story goes for the site 2. There are mainly two types of women vendors in this area. One who sells vegetables in front of their homes from 4 p.m. to 9 p.m., while the other lives within the 500 to 700 meters of the market and uses a push cart, taking around 20 minutes to reach their selling spot. So this market is more flexible in timing as it only operates from 4 p.m. to 9 p.m. So they get the balance their work with the caregiving responsibilities. Now the key findings. At Site 1, despite its historical significance, vendors operate without designated spaces, no shelter from weather, or adequate access due to footpath encroachment. From Site 2, women use road dividers as makeshift vending spaces, placing them at considerable safety risk and amid traffic. So the research revealed three predominant commuting patterns here. 32% higher auto rickshaws spending 6,000 rupees monthly, that is 15% of total income they have. 27% use shared auto, that costs them 1,500 rupees monthly, that is 10% of total income. And for the rest 41% uses push cart with them, incurring physical rather than monetary cost. As the cost increases, level of comfort also increases. The study uncovered several interconnected challenges that compound the mobility issues faced by women vendors. In Site 1, using the toilet costs ₹5 per visit, an amount that may seem very small, but adds up for daily use. A bachelor woman shared, we use open spaces for urination because it costs ₹5 each time, and we can't afford that because we have to go 4 to 5 times a day. This issue was primarily observed in the bachelor women who have a higher commute cost rather than the other women sellers. For non-work related activities, 68% of women vendors prefer to walk for under distance 2 km, while 77% prefer to take shared autos for the larger distances. Despite 81% of women having a two-wheeler at home, only 11% have access to it, highlighting their dependence on the male family members, a pattern also reflected on global studies. At the city level, only 26% of two-wheeler users are women, compared to 74% men as per the research done by model choice analysis. And looking at vehicle ownership trends in Vadodara, two-wheeler dominate followed by cars. Our survey revealed that 60% own two-wheelers, 24% own cars, 15% own bicycles, and 1% reported having no vehicle. This data reflects a high prevalence of private vehicle ownership, yet limited autonomy for women in mobility decisions. This dependency severely restricts women mobility beyond their vending activities. So now, women's choices are also influenced by economic motivation, but here it's not the case. They are more dependent on convenience and reliability of services. One mentioned that they never considered buses because they don't allow passengers to bring their belongings inside. The main reasons identified were lack of information, no provision for carrying their items inside the bus, long waiting times and journey durations, poor physical infra, and overcrowding. City Stats also talks about that people prefer to travel in autos over 5 times more than the buses in the city. Interestingly, none of the women in my pool of respondents said that they were feeling unsafe while commuting. That was a strange finding for me also. So despite these challenges, women have developed strong support and safety networks within themselves. They live in close proximity to each other, belong to the same communities, and often travel together. That is shared travel they do. That is also visible in the global studies. That builds a powerful sense of safety and mutual support. So there are few recommendations. At the policy level, we can include women vendors, travel data in CMP. Second, facilitate self-help groups for collective representation. Third, implement the Street Vending Act comprehensively, including the mobility constraints. At infrastructure level, provide e-card services at concessional rates, creating designated spaces on buses for their heavy items, offer fair concessions for vendors, improve last mile connectivity and service frequency. So I leave you with this question: how would you redesign the city if you carried this weight? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pavan, for shining the spotlight on the conditions that women who spend so much time in the informal sector face. Next, I request Dr. Prerna Arora Singh to join us to talk about her work on mobility and employment, a gender perspective.
Thank you very much, first of all, WRI, to giving us the chance to be part of the Equi-Mobility champion cohort first, and thank you for recognizing our efforts despite we were very busy and very limited time for these researches on our schedule. So my research is based on the Jaipur and is giving you the answer in the percentage basis which we are discussing since morning about the urban and rural women and their education and employment, how mobility affects them in their education and employment, specifically in the urban and rural setup. So I myself work with the two universities. One in rural university, I'm a professor there, and I also work with one women university in Jaipur. Its name is IIS University. So basically the problem, Jaipur is the capital city of the Rajasthan, having more than 4 million population, and women are primarily working in education, healthcare, IT and small businesses. Basically we have a metro and some city buses and autos and Ola, Uber, everything inside the city premises, but not on in the rural area. If you go outside from the Jaipur city to the highways, it is not there. And then we started a few years ago the pink line specifically for the women bus, but it is not worked in Jaipur, so it is stopped now. We do have some very small scale pink auto drives where only auto drivers are female drivers and they ride, but it is not workable right now. So the objective of this study was to assess the role of transportation in women's access to education and employment very specifically, and to critically analyze the mobility, how it is affecting them, and to compare the transportation expectations of the women from the rural area and from the urban area, how they think, how they spend their day and work accordingly, and then propose some policy recommendations if can be feasible. So we did some literature review as well, like we do the research to get the secondary data to back up our research and find out the gaps and provide the policy. And then we also did some primary direct surveys with the students and employees of the both universities. One is in the urban city and one is at the on highway known as Bassi area from Jaipur, Agra or Jaipur, Delhi nowadays. It's just on the highway, this university station. It's 35 kilometers away from the Jaipur city to precisely. And mostly we did interviews with the female staff or female students, but we picked some male staff also to understand there, and you can see the females are from, because they are the university students, they are in the their undergraduate and graduate and postgraduate, and also the employed women were from the university staff or the women come from the for the helping supporting staff of the university from coming from the directly from the rural areas to the nearby university. So that was our target groups. So what was the finding? Basically, more likely for the students and women staff, both are highly dependent on the public transport in Jaipur city. For female students, they expect that it should be a safe and reliable and affordable transportation is very critical for them. More than 80% have appreciate that. But for staff, for employed women, it's a safety, it's a cost and availability or frequency of the transportation were much on the higher rate, because the employed women have a more work to do other than the doing their education, their employment job. They have to do their home task also, so they need a shorter time for the transportation, and also the cost effective must be there. So this was the thing. And then female students, of course, face highly safety concerns, as we are discussing since morning, and previously two speakers also thrust a light on that safety is a real challenge for all female, either they are students or they are workers, either they are high society or a lower society. If they are using public transport or as in walking, safety is a concern, and infrastructure actually supports or to make it unsafe places. So these are the struggle. And for women staff, In city, Jaipur city, we do have a Ola, Uber and auto rides and taxi rides and even motorcycle rides. It is quite good to use. I myself use entirely these high rides. But as I work in the rural university, so I have to travel 35 kilometers once if I want to go to my university. And there is very hard time if university is not giving you the transportation. It's very hard for me to reach to the university. Even university has provided one dedicated bus for faculty to from the Jaipur to reach out to that place. Still, it gives me a 1 hour, 1.5 an hour, 90 minutes to actually reach in the morning to the university and then coming back. So it's a very, and it costs me more than 200 rupees per day if I were to travel. So it's really a costly affair, despite universities providing a dedicated bus to us to reach to the 35 kilometers. If we independently depend on the public transport, we cannot go to those universities to work or study. So these are the main challenges. Now, if we have done some study in the male and female both, because in Nirvana University we have a male and female both staff. IIS University specifically is for the women university. So if you can see very interestingly, last two options, both of them has either male or female. They accepted that long commute times and high transportation cost is for both genders. But for female genders, it's unsafe bus stops or stations or poor lighting is the major concern. But for male staff, it was inadequate public transportation was the major concern. So these how you can see for male concern, unsafe bus may be a third one, but for them, it's a first one. So these are the suggestions for safer transport for women we are talking right now. I just want to thrust on the last one. Mostly Government of India and other state governments have, highlighting the helpline numbers, and they are more focusing on the providing the which women does not appreciate that it's not working. Mr. Prashant Banerjee has already said the panic button hai, but where it will connect, it's not there. So women who are actually using, it's not working. This program is not working to introduce just helpline. We need a more police patrolling showing on the roadside. That would be a much better enforcement and create a safety among the women. So this is how these suggestions given by the real-time road users or women who are facing these challenges. And women transport and better lighting is well-defined, established fact now. Then the more frequent buses are important than providing the things. So if you're providing buses, kindly give it in a more on shorter frequency time. That is a major thing or major important public transport we need. And routes should be designed in a closer vicinity of the schools, universities, or the major workplaces where actually women travel. So that needs to be, keep in mind when you are designing the bus transportation system. That is the important thing. So just concluding in our last two slides. So 89% of respondents highlighted the need of the government investment, which in the first session we were talking about public transportation more affordable, easy to access, and it's a number, frequency should be high, and should be prioritizing women's safety in transportation design like we are talking about, and then more women-only transportation service specifically to connect the rural and metro substations to the main city. It may be not working in the urban city, but it is very much workable when you connect from the rural to the urban. There at least women specific transportation should be there. And meanwhile we were doing this study. Rajasthan Patrika is the one of the major newspaper in Rajasthan. They also did the same kind of study, and they published at the same time. And their study also back up our study that actually women are feeling unsafe and there is no public transportation. So it backs up that we need a safe infrastructure. So summary, I just conclude that it's a common concern. And affordability, more women and men both are saying that it must be affordable. And then last mile connectivity, we are discussing. So my recommendation will be more women only buses specifically to connect the rural women and to increase more frequency of buses from even if universities are established in the rural circuit, because in Rajasthan most of the universities, even AIIMS and big IITs, they are not in the city, they are outskirts of the city of Jaipur, Jodhpur and Udaipur. So this is a major challenge to reach to those universities to get the higher education at proper level. So that should be incentivized and subsidized or give incentives to those bus rides for women, specifically students and workable women. That would be really helpful. Thank you so much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Dr. Prerna. Can I request all the Equi-Mobility champions to come up, the speakers to come back on stage? Can I request Chaitanya? Could I request Chaitanya to kindly present their completion certificates, starting with Arindam Kumar Das. Parul Uttam. Dr. Prerna. Can we very quickly have a photograph session? And yeah, can I also request Prince to join us here? These 5-minute presentations really don't do justice to the amount of work that's been put in, and these are just 3 of the members who had a chance to present today in front of you. Prince is also one of our Equi-Mobility champions, and there are more, and we request you to connect with them offline after the session. We'd also take this opportunity to thank all the mentors who really spent their time and guided these champions in their work. Prince, please join us. Thank you so much. Please give a round of applause to all the work that's been done. We now move on to our next session. This is a panel discussion on inclusive policy making for truly equitable urban mobility in Indian cities. Now, collaboration between government authorities, urban planners, and civil society organizations is essential to ensure that the voices of diverse groups, particularly women, are heard and incorporated into policy formulation. In this session, we will emphasize the power of multi-stakeholder collaboration in driving change. Our discussions will revolve around identifying key successes, challenges in implementation, and overall measuring of the progress, and how these lessons can inform future policy actions. Can I request all the speakers of our panel discussion to please come up to the stage? Our speakers today are Ms. Asha Lata, Advocate Deepa Verma, Dr. Abhijit Lokre, Ms. Priya Varadarajan, Dr. Megha Tyagi, Ms. Sonal Shah, and our moderator for this session is Dr. Kaustuv Kanti Bandyopadhyay. Dr. Kaustuv is a director of PRIA, and as a director he provides, this is Participatory Research in Asia. As a director he provides strategic leadership to the organization, oversees impact-driven programs, and fosters partnership with nationally and internationally. With over 30 years of experience working with academic institutions and not-profit organizations, he is internationally acclaimed. He's a participatory researcher, trainer, and facilitator. Thank you to all the speakers for joining us, and over to you, Dr. Kaustuv.
Thank you so much, Aravinda, for this generous introduction. We have a challenge here. Do we still have 1 hour? Okay. that will still be a challenge. We have 6 panelists here, extraordinary panelists. I'm sure that they would be able to cover a lot of grounds in this discussion. So welcome again to this session on inclusive policymaking for truly equitable urban mobility in Indian cities. What we hope to discuss in this session, at least 3 things. One is to demystify what does it mean by inclusive and equitable urban transport system on the ground, and why it is important for various stakeholders to come together, particularly in terms of making the policies inclusive. And the third thing, that what are the challenges of bringing all these various stakeholders together, and what have been the success in your own work. So let me begin by introducing our 6 panelists one by one. We have Ms. Ashalata K, who is Divisional Controller South of Bengaluru Metropolitan Transport Corporation, a seasoned public official and a trained mechanical engineer. Then we have Dr. Abhijit Lokre, founder and partner of the Urban Lab based in Ahmedabad, an urban planner, one of the brightest minds in urban mobility sector. He has been providing advisory services to the ministries, both national and state governments, various multilateral and bilateral agencies. Welcome, Abhijit. Then we have Advocate Ms. Deepa Verma, who is a council member in Kochi Municipal Corporation, a dedicated public representative, and she has led a host of gender-responsive initiatives like She Lodge, a safe and cost-effective lodging facilities for women in the city. She has been supporting training programs to help women confidently ride bicycles for safe urban commuting, instrumental in facilitating training of women e-auto drivers. Then we have PRIA Vardarajan, who is founder and Chief Imagination Officer at Durga, based in Bengaluru, a staunch advocate for gender justice and women-friendly public spaces, helping a large number of civil society groups on a system change approach on gender equality. Then we have Dr. Megha Tyagi, Principal Transport Planner at Cities Forum, and a visiting lecturer on transport planning at U Berlin. She has been advising various national governments on sustainable transport solutions, including electric mobility and decarbonization strategies. And last but not the least, Ms. Sonal Shah. Sonal has been, is a founder of 2 organizations, the Urban Catalyst, and she's also an executive director of Center for Sustainable and Equitable Cities. She was also featured as Remarkable Women in Transport 2020 and Remarkable Feminist Voices in Transport 2023 by TUMI, introduced gender-responsive guidelines in India's UID PFI guidelines. And I must acknowledge Sonal's contribution at the conception of Mobilise Her project. Thank you, Sonal, for that contribution. So with this, if I may start with PRIA, the question of inclusive and equitable urban transport system, how do you see it, and how your work translate this concept on the ground?
Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you, WRI, for engaging with us, and thanks everyone to have chosen to continue to be here in the afternoon. For us in Durga, and for me personally, I think sometimes I can't see the difference, is how are these spaces designed and who are they designed by becomes a very important question, because the first thing that we realized a decade over ago was that public spaces are really designed by men for themselves, and we all have to navigate and vanish, otherwise we are subject to a whole lot of inappropriate behavior, right, the rest of us. And therefore, we went back to women to say, what are you really looking for in a public space, and what would make it safe for you? And funnily, and rightfully so, most women, and our data came back with results like most women said that spaces are safe for them and they would occupy these spaces comfortably when they see more women in these spaces, and not just with CCTVs and police vans patrolling and someone saying that this place is under surveillance and someone else saying this place is safe, right? And also, fundamentally being a feminist organization, for us safety needed to come as a constitutional right and not as a token or a gift of patriarchy. So then we went on to say, how do we define public spaces? And public spaces were, for us, we looked at two aspects of public space. One, definitely public spaces as we all see it outside of our homes. But interestingly, these spaces outside of our homes also ended up being workspaces for women in the informal sector. So they automatically became a community that we started to be more invested in, working with and working for. And secondly, and which is the more interesting part of our journey, was public transport. And we went on to do some research, and I'm talking about 2012-2013, when the whole country was talking about public transport after what happened in this very city in 2012, December 16. So we realized that about 90% of the people, the women we spoke with in Bangalore, said that they felt vulnerable in public transport, and this data was corroborated well with research by the Indian Institute of Science that said about under 70% of women have experienced inappropriate behavior in Bangalore's buses then. So we felt that that would first be an area for intervention. Now, but what we really wanted to do was to build a model that sustains, and sustains because there's people's participation. We're talking about safety, which is not just a tool or a gadget or an infrastructural issue. It comes from thousands of years of conditioning, social norms, and all kinds of behavior patterns, and we were in the game of behavior change. So we really wanted to embark into a space where whatever we do, whether we use technology, whether we use something more than that, if there is, we really wanted to embed it with people-centric social behavior change, and therefore placing positive power back in the hands of people while we wait for the systems and for the people who hold power in those systems to act. And hence, we came up with a low-tech panic alarm device, which was called the Durga alarm at that point. But what it really did was to have would alert people in the bus when triggered to really engage in bystander action in the bus. So the alarm was piloted for about 6 months in Bangalore with the biggest support, and lovely to have man from BMTC here, because this was the beginning of a good partnership which continues a decade long and going. So we worked with BMTC, who gave us about 10 buses then to place this low-tech device to see how a hooter can be placed, and at that point even CIRT, who actually do the certifications for anything that you do with automobiles, was quite was surprised to see that we were having a hooter and a device in the bus which would alert people that something had happened, and therefore the bus would come to a stop and people in the bus would take action, which was how we imagined this. And through the pilot, we had about 11 times that the alarm was raised, and all 11 times, and I'm sure most people who've traveled in buses and have experienced inappropriate behavior know this, that when you are pushed into a certain situation, we usually leave the bus before our stop. But what really happened here was the bystanders in the bus actually turned active and made sure that every single time the perpetrator left the bus. So this was really recognized. BMTC liked the idea. We went on to scale it to about 150 buses. We brought it here to your very city through the DIMS buses, and then what we left it with at the level of the system was to say that let's have panic alarms, but importantly, let's have people's participation when the alarms are raised, because the kind of issues that we raise the alarms for are everyday forms of sexual harassment, where you're not waiting for a police van to come and park in front of beating all our city's traffic to come and catch this perpetrator who has stared, glared, or whistled at us, right? We want people immediately to be able to address it because they are with us and not isolating the victim. So this is what we've done, and we're really sort of excited to take this forward, and we're continuing to work with BMTC as we speak to ensure that bystander action continues to happen in public spaces. Thank you.
Thank you for highlighting these three key words, if I may pick up. One is safety, accessibility, and participation. That's the way Durga's work can be defined. Dr. Abhijit, how your work promotes equitable and inclusive transport system?
Yeah, first of all, thank you so much for inviting me here and for the very nice introduction. So at the Urban Lab, we do a lot of work with government and it's a lot of consulting on street designs. And I think something that struck my mind when you mentioned about public spaces, and that a lot of public spaces are actually designed by men and also designed for men. And I have 2 young daughters, and when they tell me about the kind of issues they face in public spaces on streets, that world never existed for me. Even after my daughters have told me that, I don't think as a male it will exist for me, or I can get a sense of what you go through. But I know that there is a big issue here. And it is also because of the way we design our public spaces. One of the things that we have very consciously tried to do at the Urban Lab, even louder? Okay. One of the things that we have very consciously tried to do at the Urban Lab is to look at the way we design public spaces. And personally, I believe what better way to do it than to have women design public spaces. I think that can bring a lot of insights, a lot of ways of looking at public spaces that 25 years after I started doing this work, I cannot claim that I know how to do it. I think it is very important that we have more women design public spaces. And that is something that we are very consciously doing at the Urban Lab. Something else, and this is through some work that we had done about 4 years back in a town called Bhuj in Kutch district in Gujarat. And we were invited there by a group of NGOs to help them design a public bus system. Bhuj had a public bus system before the pandemic. And this was run by a private operator who had to stop operations because he was making losses. And he was making losses for a variety of reasons. He was not making money. During COVID, obviously, he ran into trouble and so on. So he stopped the system during the pandemic. And when we met stakeholders, one of the groups that we met were girls, school-going girls. And it was a very interesting conversation because they said, and we did not know this, we did not even think that this is something that is so important. They said, we stopped going to school because the bus system stopped. And that was huge for me. Education stopped because the public bus system stopped. And the system stopped because obviously the operator was making a loss. But what could we do to ensure that, and the implication of somebody making a loss and having such wide implications for women and girls. And that was a big eye-opener for us, that public transport is not just mobility for people, but it is access to education. As an urban planner, many times when we do transport planning or prepare mobility plans, we rarely look at this aspect of public transport. What it means to some people. because we rarely capture these voices from the ground. We also found out during that stakeholder exercise that there were a lot of women vendors who, because the bus system stopped, lost access to livelihood. Because now it meant that to take their, whatever they were vending to the marketplace or where they had to go, they were suddenly cut off. And to take them in an auto rickshaw, even a shared auto rickshaw, was very expensive for them. It was unaffordable for them. So again, we had an example where one decision of stopping the bus service had multiple implications. School children not going to, girls not going to school, women not able to earn livelihoods. We ended up preparing a plan for them for bus operations. Hopefully it will mitigate a lot of these issues there. But when we came back, something remained stuck in my mind, that when cities prepare development plans, when they prepare comprehensive mobility plans, when cities prepare budgets, are they really thinking of these people? Because I know how CLPs are prepared, and there are surveys that happen, and then based on those surveys you do modeling, and then you assign trips, and then you say what is the desired line, and then you say, okay, this is the mode share that has to be, and this is how the public transport has to move. But how many people who are really vulnerable use the public transport that we plan through these surveys and through these plans? And that's when we started investigating Ahmedabad and how do the poor in Ahmedabad actually move. Now, amongst a lot of stakeholders that we looked at, two really stood out for us, and because we are discussing Mobilise Her today. One is women who vend vegetables. Every day in the morning when I used to cycle, early in the morning, and then when we used to come back, we used to purchase some fruits at the corner sabzi wala, at the lady who used to come there. And we got talking to her, and she gave some very interesting answers. Every day at 4 o'clock, she has to go to Jamalpur, which is the central market, fruit market in Ahmedabad. And that is about 10 kilometers from her house with her lorry. They get everything in an auto rickshaw, and when they come where I used to stay, again another 10-15 kilometers. And then throughout the day, they used to move around on their mobile carts. Now, did the city budget actually look at what these people want? No. There's nothing in the city budget that captures what these vendors want. That was very interesting for us. So that the vending, the women who vend, and the other was the household help. Then how do the household help move? They don't come in public transport, they don't take the metro, they don't take the BRT to come to home. But they come, somehow they come, they walk. They walk 5 kilometers, 8 kilometers, they walk a lot. And by 2 o'clock they are done. They don't work after 2 o'clock. 2 बजे तक उनका काम खत्म हो जाता है. Again, are they looked at in the budget? And when we investigated AMC's budget, we found nobody is actually looking at this. The budget may say that we have allocated money for building footpaths. We said, okay, let's go and look at the footpaths that have been built. And most of the footpaths in Ahmedabad were encouraged by parking. So all given up for parking. So even if the budget said that we are building something for them, on ground, the reality was something else. So these are the 3 examples that I thought I would leave you with.
Thank you, Abhijit, for highlighting the issue of city designing and financing, particularly the public financing, from the perspective of the urban poor and the most marginalized. Let's go to Ms. Ashalata. The work that you do with BMTC, how does it promote equitability and inclusivity in the urban transport system?
Good afternoon, everybody. It gives me immense pleasure to be a part of this forum. Thanks to WRI, thanks to the Managing Director of my organization for nominating me here. Let me first brief about Karnataka state. We have 4 state transport undertakings. On the northwestern side, we name it as Northwest Transport Corporation. On the northeast, we have the Kalyana Karnataka Transport Corporation. On the southern part of Karnataka, we have the Karnataka State Road Transport Corporation. And the state capital, Bangalore, we have in the Bangalore urban district, we have Bangalore Metropolitan Transport Corporation, named as BMTC. Now, I represent BMTC. I am the divisional controller there. Now, coming to this equitable urban mobility, I classify it into 5 divisions. Like, we have to have accessibility, which is very reliable and safe. It should be affordable at a very reasonable price, cost of travel. Sustainable, which has to be both towards the social side as well as the environmental aspect. And then maybe the technology, integration of the technology is required, because we are in the Silicon Hub. We have a lot of technologies available which we have put into our public transport. And also the inclusivity. Who are to be inclusive in this equitable urban mobility? All our transport users, along with the pedestrians and other road users, also will be one part. And in addition to that, the collaborations, the government agencies have to collaborate at a local level, at a state level, and as well as a national level to formulate the policies and implementation of those policies and the regulations. The private sector participation is required, where we get the resources, we get the expertise, and we get the solutions there. And civic society also is part of this collaboration, along with the citizens' participation, where the citizens feel the fostering the cause that they are the ownership of this public transport. That ownership, if once it gets into it, maybe it will be more equitable and more resourceful. And also, I would like to put the experts and the academia, where the data analytics, the data insight we get to these analytics. With this, we further move on the different aspects of it. Now, coming to the accessible part. When I say accessibility, it has to be reliable and safe, and I would like to bring in the technical part of it, the vehicles. We, way back, we had these vehicles in entire country, the buses which were put into the public service, where the ladder chassis, that was basically of a very higher ground level, that is the floor height was very high, where women, differently able, and the mobility issues, people could not board the bus. So then slowly the technology changed, and of late we have introduced the low floor buses. These low floor buses are as comfortable for us to just step in from the car to the bus. We don't need a step as such, where this is one which is very accessible. And when it comes to gender, we have dedicated front door for the women passengers in Bengaluru, and also we have reserved seats for women, we have reserved seats for differently abled, we have reserved seats for senior citizen. This is how I say it is very accessible. When it comes to the affordability, now in the morning session we have heard about the free travel. The entire Karnataka state corporations, all 4 corporations put together, we have a scheme, free travel for our women of the state of Karnataka, and also inclusive of the 3rd gender. Now here, this free travel, it's from east to west, it ranges about 400 kilometers, north to south, about 750 kilometers, entire state, people travel, and roughly till date, about 400 crore women have traveled free. Now this means women have got no dependency for traveling. Now, in addition to that, this scheme, we also get the data how many women have traveled in our buses, because we issue a zero ticket value. Now that is accountable for the women traveled in our buses, and only a few, very few air-conditioned buses, free travel is not allowed. All our buses, city applications, suburban applications, express routes, and even the long routes, ordinary services, we allow in the entire state of Karnataka. In addition to that, we also have something called a vehicle tracking system. All our buses, about 5,000 vehicle tracking systems are installed in our buses. Now, this vehicle tracking system, they help us along with the panic buttons. Just now we heard about the panic buttons from Priya ma'am, where it was initiated by Durga. Later on, it is continued to be a part of our system. We have 5,000 panic buttons fitted, and these panic buttons, in the morning, there was from Niti Aayog sir, he asked us, he told in fact, that these buses, these panic buttons are nowhere connected. I am here to say all our panic buttons are connected with the command center. We have the command control system in place. So what happens here is, we have a live data where the real-time data is there through the real-time monitoring system. In addition to that, a panic button where these panic buttons are at a reachable height for women during distress, just operate. There is a hooter system in all these 5,000 buses. We have hooter system which sirens, and that siren will at least alert to all the bystanders in the bus. In addition to that, we also have cameras installed, 10,000 cameras in these 5,000 buses, which is onboard surveillance. Now, this is only not women friendly, this has also reduced the crime inside the bus. It also helps us gauge how the accidents have happened and who is at fault and how we could overcome such of the, if any, lacunas in our driving sector. So this way, these cameras also help us. In addition to that, in our major bus stands, we have the passenger information system boards, which are in place, which gives you the actual ETA and ETD, the expected time of arrival and dispatch of all these buses, so that a woman can plan her travel. We also have a mobile app, which is called Nama Bengaluru, where we have recently launched, and we have 10,000 plus downloads, where women can download this. Every passenger can download this app, and this app has got a journey planner. It has got on its main page an SOS button. This SOS features help the women in any distress. Just press the button and it is connected. We have the pink Sarathis, which is patrolling across the city, where every distress call is reached in a very reasonable time. These pink Sarathis are also embedded with GPS. They are also having a two-way communication system, and there are trained security people who will help the people, help women or any crime at the time of distress. So these are all the real-time implementation in BMTC. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's so heartening to hear a functional alarm system. I have a couple of questions. If time permits, I'll sort of get back to you. Megha, Dr. Megha, if I can ask you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Costa, for the question, and thank you, WRI, for the invitation to share our work. So, Cities Forum, we are a strategic advisory firm. Our work focuses primarily on fostering sustainable and equitable urban mobility by facilitating the collaboration between multilateral organizations or multilateral development banks and cities across many global south countries. So I would like to share here our experience from top-down policy lens, especially working closely with these multilateral organizations. So recently we partnered with the Kerala government, funded by the German Development Bank, to conduct a short study on formulating their transport sector strategy for the next 25 years. Transportation accounts for approximately 63% of their energy emissions, and therefore it was identified as one of the key areas for intervention to achieve their net zero targets of 2050. And this study was actually conducted and we submitted to KUPC, which is the Kerala Urban Policy Committee, which I would like to highlight here as one of its kind in India, a body to formulate a state-of-the-art urban policy cutting across different sectors. So not only transportation, but solid waste management, climate change, industry, housing, etc. So one of our strategy to conduct this study was to have a comprehensive assessment of not only existing and projected transportation infrastructure, but also policy landscape, identifying gaps, barriers, and formulating a phased transport strategy. And at Cities Forum, we placed a very special focus on equity, acknowledging that sustainability is not possible without addressing it. And what we found in this particular study was that despite Kerala having a lot of done very commendable steps, taking very commendable steps, for example, the KSRTC, Kerala State Road Transport Corporation, initiating the gender disaggregated data collection in few of the cities in the state, and gender budgeting. So last year, I think they allocated approximately 3.1 million rupees for electric vehicle subsidies for women, and of course panic buttons, and introducing a mandate for gender sensitization of their staff, etc. But our analysis found that there are critical challenges. Number one, there was lack of understanding on the institutional mandate within the government for gender policy, gender responsive transport policies. So there was no clear understanding who's responsible, who's accountable for coordinating with different stakeholders. Secondly, there was lack of understanding how the gender disaggregated data which is being collected is actually informing the policy changes. Third, the several gender mainstreaming initiatives taken by the state lacked a continuous sustainability and impact assessment plans. So there were no clear long-term plan for monitoring and evaluation of gender responsive projects in the state. And this lack of clarity on the responsibility and the long-term planning contributed to the overarching challenge of accountability. And here I would like to adopt a phrase from academia, which is, it led to the situation called metric black hole. And what do I mean by metric black hole is there was lack of focus on evaluating and monitoring or assessing the impact of these policy initiatives. And it is not like we do not know how to measure the impact or these metrics, or to quantify these metrics which are often complex and are time consuming, but they are not prioritized in policies. And it stems from the absence of any central body which is responsible and accountable for collaborating with these stakeholders and ensuring an equity aspect within the transport systems. So what we are trying to say is that equitable urban mobility is definitely an approach to achieve sustainability, but without a strong central vision and leadership, even with the support of NDPs, translating these goals into achievable actions through comprehensive policy is incredibly challenging.
Thank you so much. Please feel free to give big hands, don't stop there. No, I mean, across the sector, data-driven policy making, impact assessment have been more rhetoric than in practice. Well, it's heartening to hear from you that the Kerala government has been trying to have systems in place, which would allow them to collect right kind of data leading to policy making, and then also having clear metrics to measure the impact. So since you have taken us to Kerala, let me now invite Ms. Deepa Verma.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm happy and privileged to be a part of this program. I would like to thank WRI and also Honorable Mayor for sending me as a representative of Kochi Municipal Corporation. Even though Kochi Municipal Corporation does not have direct mandate over the transport and mobility, but we eagerly actively participate in the planning processes and engages in activities for the urban mobility system over there. Some of the key factors or the areas that we work over, as it was mentioned earlier by sir, was the cycle training for women and girls. It is there, as Kochi is a commercial capital of Kerala, and it is so congested, and for the past yesterday and today morning also we were talking about the difficulties in the public transport and all, and the difficulties that faces during all like sexual harassment and all, and this cycle traveling makes the women and girls or to empower the what I should say, to empower them. Usually the women are not able to go to their workplaces because of these difficulties. So we thought of having giving a cycle training to women and girls so that they will be able to reach their places very safely. And also, as I said earlier, we don't have direct mandate or we don't have jurisdiction over the transportation, but we cooperate with other state agencies, say state transport agencies, NGOs and other community groups to include mobility over there. One of such one is we are Kochi Municipal Corporation own 2 vessels, roll-off and roll-on rail services from Vaipin to Fort Kochi. As Kochi is the Queen of Arabian Sea, there are a lot of islands, and the connectivity is a great issue over there. So Vaipin is one of the group of island, and it is one of the 58th largest populated island. And from Fort Kochi to Vaipin, it is nearly 18 kilometers by road, and by introducing this RoRo service, it was reduced to 600 meters. And if it takes 1 hour journey by road, it takes only 10 minutes journey for the people of Vaipin to get into, get to Fort Kochi or Ernakulam area. And earlier there were only 2 RoRo services were introduced, but now recently MOU was signed by Honorable Mayor with Cochin Shipyard for the 3rd vessel, and hope it will be coming soon, so it will be a great relief for the people over there. Another thing was that we actively participate in the planning process, and we get in touch with the different stakeholders or the agencies like KMRL and Cochin Shipyard, CSML like that. And Kudumbashree, it is one of a women-led community network which aims to eradicate poverty and also aims to empowerment of women. And KMRL, the Cochin Metro services are partnered with Kudumbashree, and many women are joined for ticket collectors and drivers and security agencies, housekeeping, etc. I think that was a great venture, so that many people, Kudumbashree, as I mentioned earlier, it was a network of women, and they were in the houses between the four walls, and they were not coming up now, coming up earlier. But after this, many people came up, and they were, as it was mentioned in the morning about the entrepreneurship, many women came as an entrepreneur through this Kudumbashree project, and it was a great opportunity for them to build up their lives. And also, as it was mentioned earlier about the She Lodge, which was maintained by Kochi Municipal Corporation, and She Lodge is where we are providing accommodation facility for all those who are coming to Kochi city, as it is the commercial hub. Many people were coming late night, and women are finding it difficult to get accommodated anywhere. So this is a safe place for women, and we are paying only nominal charges. For dormitory it is only 100 rupees, and for the single room we are paying 200, and for double room it is 200, and for single room it is 350, like that. Very nominal charges are paid, and it is also partnered with Kudumbashree to maintain everything. So all these ventures are happening to increase the mobility of women, or to safeguard the women of our city. Another thing is that as a part of Kochi Municipal Corporation aims to give the fundamental rights, or to cope up with the fundamental rights of every person of our city. We are trying our level best to include the policies and projects, even though we don't have direct mandatory to transport system. We are trying to implement this. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. It's great to hear all those positive stories from Kochi. Let me now turn to Sonal.
Thanks, Kaustav. It is a post-lunch session, so, eyes get droopy. Yeah, oh wow. That's, maybe we can try a poll, Kaustav, if you like. Okay, so our approach to equity, it's hard to talk about it like this because I think fundamentally we come from a rights-based approach, and therefore I think that is at the center of our work. We are also at the Urban Catalysts trying very hard to bridge the data gap on gender and mobility. We have, therefore, in all our work, we try and include a component that allows us to assess the gender gaps in gender differences and gaps in travel. Currently, we've done primary work around 10 cities in India and 6 states. I think our main entry point in transport was not to say how we improve the lives of women and other genders in existing systems, but how do these systems transform in order to become responsive to women and other genders. And one example is, again, I'll use some data that we did from work in Bihar. Probably some people might be tired of listening to it, but when we did an analysis of travel behavior across 3 cities in Bihar, and we used travel diaries, the existing rhetoric was that more women walk to work as compared to men. But our data showed that women are a majority of pedestrians. These are very different things, right? So it's therefore, if you want to create a walkable city, this is not anymore about inclusivity, right? So similarly, because the cities of Patna, Gaya, and Muzaffarpur didn't have, so to speak, a bus transport system, but relied a lot on shared tempos, etc. Again, we found that women were a majority of the passengers using shared paratransit services. Now, what does that mean? That means that we need to reimagine the way our comprehensive mobility plans are prepared. And I think that's why this emphasis on looking at primary data as the first step, because the moment you just do secondary research, we are just regurgitating the same things, again and again. Just one more piece, so that's on the research on the data side, and on the other side, what we've done is really looking to work towards implementing what we call AXAR public transport systems. AXAR, we all know in Hindi means frequent, but for us it means accessible, connected, safe, affordable, and reliable public transport systems in collaboration with governments. Happy to share more later, but just to give you an overview.
Thank you. Thank you for also bringing the issues of, small and medium-sized towns. If Bangalore has a complaint about lack of data, Ahmedabad has a problem of lack of data, you can imagine Gaya or Muzaffarpur, where we have also intensively worked. Let me create some opportunity here and open this up for questions, comments, any observations, insights after listening to these 6 presentations. I see one hand. Can someone pass the mic? Second one here.
Hi. I have a question with ma'am from Karnataka, because you referred about the panic button. In my study I've shown you that women are not more prone to helpline numbers, because ma'am also suggested that we actually need a visible police force, even the female police force or females on the ground to catch up with them. So did you done some post-impact study that before the panic button or hooter introduced in the bus, what was the behavior, and after introducing that hooter across the state, now is it, how many even women have used that? If you have recorded those incidents, and what was your follow-up action to that, and either you introduced or publicized in the media, like what actions you have taken to introduce? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Let us take a couple of questions together, and also you can give some note.
Hi. I'm Laksh. I work with WRI India. My question is to Sonal. Rightly pointed out the issue of small towns. I wanted to know what specific needs do small towns have, because a lot of the conversation around gender and mobility are situated on megacities, metros, e-mobility. What difference does it make to, for example, most of the small towns don't have a very effective public transport. It's more focused on IPTs. It's not even effective, it's absent altogether, right? So how do we really focus on, even in the questions of e-mobility, etc.? Second is the question to ma'am from KMC. Kerala had a sort of significant history of cooperative movements, and recently we also had one sort of intervention in terms of looking at making a women's cooperative running a app-based taxi, like Ola and Uber, but not a corporate body, but essentially a cooperative, right? And Kerala had those examples where, cooperatives had turned into really big sort of investors feeding into the public systems. So when we are talking of reimagining, financial system institutions, why are we missing out on the role of cooperatives that, have sort of tradition of playing, and even self-help groups turning into cooperatives? So if you have any thoughts on role of cooperatives and how they can feed into sort of addressing the challenges that we are discussing. Thank you.
So it was a great session to all the panelists. I am Alekhya, student from Terry. I have a question to Abhijit sir. So my question is, we could construct, it's an existing technology already, that we can construct a common public space for vendors where, they have a free and a comfortable space, which includes public toilets, or let's say any more and more spaces. So what are the challenges that you see in constructing these spaces, especially in the tier 2 and tier 3 areas? And another question to Lata ma'am. It is, I come from Telangana, and most of the south states have the, the free transport and the extreme CCTV coverage and alarm, option. But my question is, how many of the women are actually aware of it? And also, what is the corporation doing to make it more, aware to rest of the population? Yeah, thank you.
There's one more here. Okay.
Hi, good afternoon. I am Dr. Ruchi from Miranda House, and thank you so much to all the panelists for such a wonderful discussion. My question is to Priya ma'am, and I think you mentioned when you were talking about that how you started with 10, then you expanded to 150 with BMTC, and then I think you got it to Delhi. So one, how was the response? What has been the response that you see in Delhi in comparison to what you saw in Bangalore? The second thing is about the operationality of the hooters that we talk about. I am just confused, and I was discussing with my student also, that how are these alarms working? Who is operating them? Is the control with the victim, or if it is an overcrowded bus, who is taking care of it? So driver or the passengers, something like that. Thank you so much.
Hello. My question is also to Priya ma'am. So I really like the initiative that you have taken, but I was wondering, in a lot of situations in the bus when there is an issue, it could be a harassment issue, a crime, or even a medical emergency. A lot of time the people in the bus do not know how to respond. So I wanted to know whether you have faced this issue while working with your system, and what have you done about it? Thank you.
Okay, let's stay with these couple of questions. I think 5 questions to almost all the panelists. Megha, you can jump in wherever you feel. Starting with maybe Priya.
Thank you so much. I think the questions that you are all asking about the panic alarm are extremely important, right? Like, where are these panic alarms? Who's using them? What's happening? What are they using it for? What happens when you raise an alarm? I think when we started off with the panic alarm, the idea was that the response has to come from within the bus. And when I said that the alarm was also raised for multiple issues, including like pickpockets, and someone's basket was stolen in some case, and things like that. So when we did the pilot, pilot with a lot of messaging. My original MOU with BMTC was not only to have the alarms in the bus, but was also to give me the bus once in 15 days with just the driver and the conductor, and I could take the bus wherever I wanted in the city, park it in front of people, bring people inside and say, today you have an issue and you don't know what to do. But in the future with the panic alarm, this is how you intervene and this is how you get supported as well. So once we brought it, and I'm going to try and club a lot of the questions. When we did the pilot and when we then took it to scale, what we were able to do, and you can imagine it to be like a pharmaceutical trial, right? Like first you say that with the alarm, you're creating evidence that the bus doesn't explode and everything's going to be safe, so which is your safety part of the pharmaceutical trial. And then you're looking at the efficacy of the product itself, right? So in that case, we scaled it to about 150 buses in Bangalore, and we realized that people do use it, but when people got into the bus in the pilot days, the driver would hand out a pamphlet, the conductor would say, this is the panic alarm. We had labeling of the panic alarm. The alarm was very much in reach of people, and there was a murmur in the bus about the fact that sexual violence, this place is a zero tolerance to it, So that was how we imagined it. Then we came to Delhi, then we did the DIMTS thing. We also trained some of the drivers and conductors because we saw them as the champions of safety in that space. Today, as we see, and just last week, and that's why I can very confidently say it, and we are continuing to work with the Center for Social Behavior Change right here in Ashoka, as well as with JPAL, to really see how we can make these panic alarms really useful and accessible. And ma'am, the doctor there who had actually also presented, your data is very right in the sense that people are not using it. And people are not using it because they simply don't know that there is something. There's not enough messaging. If you look at the buses, basically, it just says dial 112 for pickpockets, for anything, and for molestation. So there's nothing about sexual harassment, there's nothing about subtleties around sexual harassment. It's all the way to molestation, only then you press it. You also see where the alarm has been situated. It's just almost below the ceiling. And so any average Indian woman cannot access it even if she knew it. So right now we are exploring how to get data to see how many cases of alarms have been raised. We just concluded a survey of about 100 people last week who have used people. Today it signals the control room and then the police room as 2-3 SMSs, and then we are waiting for action to take place. But if there is a hooter that actually works and people in the bus know that there's a problem, there's a higher chance that people will take action. Towards that, and my last point before I shut up, is that we are really looking at behavior science here again, right? So what could be subtle nudges for people to understand, and a common understanding that this is a zero tolerance behavior, meaning this is sexual harassment, period. That kind of common understanding doesn't exist, you know, and it's always up left to context, culture, etc. We want to sort of make it agnostic of that and create a basic standard. And second is, if we can come up with a simple nudge to say, if you see this inappropriate behavior, do this. It could mean maybe clap your hands, maybe alarm is not required. It could mean just blow the whistle. It could be just go stand between two people. But that's the simplicity at which we are now working with CSBC and JPAL. And we're hopeful to come up with stuff that we can go back to BMTC and the likes in other cities to be able to explore and see. Thank you.
Thank you, Priya. Be generous, be generous. Let me ask Ms. Ashalata, the question of impact. Was there any study, or how are you tracking the effectiveness of this panic button?
Thank you. Thank you for all the questions. And in continuation to Priya's discussions, it was initially, whatever Priya has explained, was the initial nascent stage. Now, BMTC, in total, we have almost 5,000 of BMTC buses and all the 1,269 EV buses. We are embedded with all the systems what I mentioned. Now, how does it work? The working is, we have a surveillance, onboard surveillance system. We have every pillar. We have at a reachable height, we have these panic buttons, or you call it as SOS. We have, every woman can see it. There are instances women have pressed, a Sarathi has come, the police has come, and we got to know it was fake. Now, how does it work? We have a mobile networking video recording system inside the bus, a system. We have automatic tracking device in the bus. So the bus is tracked. Where exactly is the location through the GPS, we get to know where our buses are moving. So along with that, at the time of distress, 30 seconds prior, 30 seconds later, there is a record, and that record through the networking system, it reaches to all our mobiles. It reaches the command control center. It reaches the police department. It reaches the helpline. So anybody, in a matter of 5 to 6 minutes, reach the point of distress. So it is, networking is too good. So at times, yes, I understand women do not use it. Now, why women do not use it? Probably they are not exposed. I don't agree, because it is in the fluorescent color. Now, why they don't use? Because we have a very, very strong
complaint redressal system in BMTC. That is not only the helpline, we have Instagram, we have Facebook, we have Twitters, we have SMS, we have letters, walk-in citizens. So in all the forums, we have this system in place. People can just lodge a complaint and we have zero tolerance to any untoward incidences inside our bus, in our bus stations, done by us, our own people, or the others. So that redressal system is very strong. We also have the gender sensitization program, training. We have trained all our frontline workers, the crew especially, in total we have about 28,000 people trained in the system, and in addition to that we have a web tool designed by the WIPAC where the exams are conducted on this gender sensitization. Currently the exams are online and all the people are compulsory, it is mandate for them to take up this exam, and about 78%, it is a repetitive course, 78% is complete for this session. So for the financial year, we make it 100%. So that is how these complaints all are attended to. Prior to that, probably there were issues. Later, currently, we have no issues which have cropped up, sexual harassment, violence, and just one small incident what I could just speak about is the bomb blast in the Rameshwaram cafe at Bengaluru. There was a bomb blast in Bengaluru in the Rameshwaram cafe, which identification of the culprit was through the surveillance camera in our buses. He was masked. A set of people sat over days together. They scrutinized each and every camera, zeroed into that, and gave it to the police department. This is how our system works. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. We can continue this conversation over a cup of tea. Sonal, very briefly, the possibility of e-mobility in smaller towns where bus service is almost non-existent.
I think we could have a very long conversation on this, but very briefly, apart from just the mode share, the other thing that we found was that many women were using neighborhood streets, right, for their commute and not necessarily main roads as well. So what does that mean is thinking about, along with when we look at major corridors, what can we do at the neighborhood level to improve walkability? And I think there are many things that can come. I'll have to get into a lot of details, which we may not be able to get here. The second thing is, we found that the drivers themselves were unaware, that women constituted a majority of their passengers. They had certain systems in place to make passengers behave. Most tempos were at junctions, you know how it is, so you go to the junction, you take the tempo, etc. And just a lot of competition because of the unregulated nature. You get a permit at the city level and not necessarily either a route or an area-based permit. I think at one level, to organize the shared paratransit services, either on a route or an area basis, could perhaps introduce some kind, maybe reduce the level of competition amongst the drivers as well. So I think one level of interventions could happen there. I think another one we do know is related to behavior, I think sensitization, etc. The third piece for us was also about how we could get more women as drivers, but I'm not saying by women for women, but just more women drivers in the system. But a lot, again, needs to be done to sustain them, right? We know there's harassment at the parking spaces and so on and so forth. So I'd say that from a public transport perspective, I think this is something we need to look at, but I would not completely say forget buses. Patna, interestingly, had many buses, but very few. So I would not completely say that don't look at them.
Thanks,
at all.
Sonal. Thanks. Sorry to cut you off, but yeah, I mean, we can continue this conversation after the session. One response from Ms. Deepa about the cooperative. Very short and brief response.
Kerala is having a long history of, successful history of cooperative sectors, and it plays a vital role in economic development also, and in social welfare. Everywhere it has a vital role, and we have successful examples also, like Milma, Mulsefed, many other examples are also. And one of the important factor, I think so, is also depends on the government who is ruling the state and the policies they are coping up. So that is one of the reason, I think so.
Thank you. Abhijit, any brief response to?
So the point about having separate space for vendors, I think this already the ministry is looking into this. There is a Street Vendors Act which mandates that governments have to form town vending committees, which then have to prepare vending plans. It is not taken off the way it should have, but I think there is more initiative, there is more interest from the government side to now fund many of these, what they call as vending huts. As usual, the challenges are institutional in nature. The way we look at vendors is also a lot of suspicion, they will encroach and so on. So these are the challenges. But having said that, after the 2014 Act, things are slowly moving now as far as vendors are concerned.
Thank you, Abhijit. Any reflection from you? Last one, very brief.
Yes, just one. I'll take 1 minute.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, looking at these reflections, I just have one comment from the top-down policy-making perspective, is that these issues on the ground need to really be inked in the policy at the city level, regional, subnational or national level. And one thing that we really advocate for is to have periodic, as Sudhenju mentioned in the morning, periodic gender audits, or having the gender responsive performance indicators embedded into, enforced within the city and connected with the funding. Because this is how it will complete the loop of on the ground issues and connecting it from the top as well in the policy.
Thank you so much, friends. We have completely exhausted our allocated time, but we have been able to cover a lot of grounds around this topic, and thank you so much to all our panelists for these wonderful insights. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kaustubh. I request our team to please share our token of appreciation with the speakers. I request the speakers to just hang on for 1 more minute for a very quick photo. While we are running a little behind schedule, we truly appreciate our guests who have joined us online. Apologies for a little late in the session, but thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Arvinda. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kanika. We're now thrilled to announce the launch of the Community of Practice for Gender Responsive Mobility, anchored by NIUA in collaboration with the World Bank, WRI India, and GIZ. This initiative will serve as a vital platform for stakeholders to consolidate resources, amplify local voices, and exchange knowledge. I request Dr. Debjani Ghosh, Associate Professor, NIUA, and Team Lead, National Urban Learning Platform, to please share her thoughts.
Okay, this is a surprise. I wasn't sure that I had to speak, but just very quickly so that the launch can happen. NIUA is very pleased to be able to do this, partner with WRI and World Bank, and GIZ for this. So platform is something which NIUA has been very familiar with, because we are hosting a number of platforms in various domains, be it a data platform or a learning platform. You all must be knowing about the National Urban Learning Platform, NULP. So I feel that any platform is a one-stop place where, you know, it gives you an opportunity to be able to collaborate and scale up that collaboration. So because there is a diverse stakeholder participation, we bring in a lot of people from various walks of life together to be able to share their experiences and work together. It only helps to strengthen this kind of effort, and I hope that in the near future this is going to be one of those places where we look forward to many more exciting and interesting peer-to-peer and collaborative learning happening. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Debjani. Can we have representatives from the other partner organizations, WRI India, GIZ, and the World Bank?
Laghu from World Bank, and then Daniel from GIZ.
Ms. Jen Ho, Practice Manager Transport, is joining us online.
So, Ms. Jen Ho, we'd now like to invite you to give your remarks about the community of practice. Over to you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Right, yes. Thank you so much, honorable guests, distinguished partners, and esteemed colleagues. It's my great honor to address you today at the Uddeshya 2025, a platform dedicated to shaping the future of sustainable and inclusive urban mobility. At the World Bank, we recognize that the gender-inclusive transport is not just a social imperative, but an economic necessity. Ensuring safe, accessible, and equitable mobility for everyone, for all genders, including women and gender minorities, is key to fostering inclusive growth and sustainable urban development. This principle permeates across all our operations and policy dialogues we carry out across the world, including from providing girls and women access to opportunities, cultivating women drivers, and creating safe urban mobility systems.
Is there a website?
A lot of work has been done, including by many of you in the room. However, despite the growing awareness of the importance of gender inclusion in transport, the sector still faces significant resource constraints that limit our ability to achieve a large-scale impact. So not one single organization can overcome this alone. Addressing this challenge requires a multi-stakeholder and multidiscipline approach, integrating expertise from urban planning, social sciences, and finance. And I particularly enjoyed this very lively conversation that took place during the panel conversation just before. In this effort, we are proud to collaborate with WRI India, GIZ, and the National Institute of Urban Affairs in launching the Community of Practice for Gender-Inclusive Mobility. This initiative will serve as a critical platform for knowledge exchange, capacity building, and solution-driven dialogue to advance gender-responsive transport systems across India. Through curated knowledge resources, stakeholder engagement, and training programs, the COP will facilitate the scaling of best practices and innovative solutions in rapidly urbanizing Indian cities. The World Bank remains dedicated to working alongside governments, development partners, and civil society to ensure that urban transport systems are designed with gender inclusivity at their core. We would leverage our global expertise and financial resources and aim to support cities in implementing policies and projects that enhance mobility for all, particularly for women and vulnerable communities. So we very much look forward to continued collaboration and invite all our stakeholders to join us in this mission. I'm confident that together we can transform urban mobility into a powerful enabler of gender equity and sustainable development. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Ms. Ho, for your time. And I'd now like to ask Dr. Laghu Parashar also to come say a few words since you're here in person.
Okay, two spots for the World Bank. Thank you very much. So we, all three organizations, WRI and GIZ and World Bank, have been discussing this from last, I think, 1 year. And finally, today, after a number of discussions and how deciding the scoping of the COP, today we are launching it. And thanks to NIUA, because we found that NIUA is the best equipped when it comes on anchoring these initiatives, and especially with the outreach of more than 5,000 cities. Yes, I think this is the best institution who can anchor and take the objective of the community of practice forward. Yeah, so while the World Bank, GIZ and WRI are the initial co-founder, but the ultimate aim is that more and more organizations, individuals passionate about the stipulated objective of the COP should join, and we should collectively try to achieve those objectives which we have defined as a part of the community of practice. And we hope, along with the NIUA, we will be able to achieve that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Laghu. I'd now like to ask Mr. Daniel Moser, the India Transport Director at GIZ, to say a few words on the community of practice.
Yes, thank you very much, and I'm very happy that we today can finally launch the community of practice. Over the last year and a half, we had many discussions, and I think what we see today is the culmination of these discussions. As Laghu also mentioned, I think we can be very happy that NIUA is hosting the community of practice as a key stakeholder in the space, and I think this is crucial also to achieve its objective in an effective way. And I also would like to highlight how the current partners in this community of practice work in a very complementary way. On the one hand, having the World Bank also providing finance and investment. On the other hand, the technical cooperation, which we see from WRI and GIZ. So together we can provide a unified picture of building support for gender transformative strategies in sustainable urban mobility. And I think that is what we all try to achieve. And building on what we launched today, we would like to extend this, unify our voices and work together so that we can create better gender transformative transport strategies and investments. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Daniel. And now I'd like to ask Pavan to say a few words.
Thank you, Chaitanya. I think it is fabulous, right, to even have this thing of community of practice, and the fact that three men are kind of spearheading is also speaks volume. I think please hold us also accountable in a way. I would really say that, because I think it's very important that we see more of participation from organizations to come and create this platform, what Daniel just re-echoing, like unifying voices to really say, and how do we really build this together and support multiple initiatives. I'm so glad that NIU is hosting this, and I think nothing better than a platform like that to take this forward. And for me, it's like, how do you then translate this into actionable agenda, and how do you bring the learnings and what's working, and more importantly, what's not working. So for people who are thinking, what is this COP? So it is community of practice. It is not the COP 33 or 29 that we're talking about here. That we are bringing is community of practice for gender and mobility, and then how do we create this as a kind of a go-to platform for cities to learn, for professionals to learn, for students to learn, for even all the research organizations to contribute to this. So, so thank you, and fantastic. Laghu, I think it's been a big push from your end and Daniel also to really make this happen. So very grateful for that.
Thank you so much to all the speakers. We'll be pulling up the QR code of the webpage of the Community of Practice, which is on the NIUA website. This also allows all the organizations working on gender and mobility to express their interest in joining the Community of Practice. Over the next 1 year, we have several activities that we're hoping will start building up this community across a platform, which NIUA is well positioned to host, as everyone else has said. So we invite you all to also join the Community of Practice. For now, as organizations, we will look at opening this up to individuals at a later date. Now I'd like to just have everyone stand to commemorate the launch of the Community of Practice. If there's any World Bank or GIZ team members to join on stage, we'd love to. Come.
We'll now break for tea. It's a condensed tea break. We'll be back in 5 minutes, please. So 4:15, we'll all be back. Thank you.
Arvind, come here once.
You guys can bring your tea inside if you'd like, but yeah, we do want to close on time, so we're trying to make up for lost time.
As people come and settle down, we can just put it up there and people can do. Let me actually figure it out.
Could I have a minute of your attention? The tea is served in the patio on to the left of the hall.
Are you able to scan? Okay, we'll continue the exercise post the sessions, but back to Kanika. Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. We are now moving on to the second panel discussion of the day, which will focus on financing gender-responsive metro systems in India. In this session, we will be discussing innovative financing mechanisms that can be used to create more gender-responsive metro systems. We will also be exploring the role of financiers as key enablers in this process. I'm excited to introduce our diverse group of panelists for this session from the government and the industry. I'd like to call upon stage our first panelist, Mr. Loknath Behra, IPS, Managing Director, Kochi Metro Rail Limited. Mr. Behra brings a wealth of experience from his distinguished career in the Indian Police Service, including serving as the Director General of Police in Kerala and being instrumental in the Water Metro project in Kochi. Our second panelist is Dr. Laghu Parashar, Senior Transport Specialist at the World Bank. Dr. Laghu has over 18 years of experience in sustainable urban mobility with specializations in public transport planning, PPP structuring, and policy development, and has significantly contributed to innovative mobility solutions in the industry. Next, I invite Mr. Daniel Moser, India Transport Director, GIZ. Mr. Moser directs GIZ India's transport portfolio, focusing on sustainable transport, inclusive mobility, and decarbonization, and brings extensive experience from his work at the World Bank and Transformative Urban Mobility Initiative. Our next panelist is Ms. Swati Khanna, Senior Sector Specialist, Urban Development and Mobility, KFW. Ms. Khanna has over 17 years of experience in urban development, working on diverse projects and possesses a strong background in sustainable urban development, mobility planning, and project finance. I also invite Ms. Chaitanya Kanuri, Associate Director, Electric Mobility, WRI India. She leads various research and project initiatives on electric mobility at the national and subnational levels. Our moderator for this session is Mr. Avinash Dubedi, Program Head Transport at WRI India. With over 15 years of experience, Avinash leads various research and project initiatives on public transport and transport data analytics at the national and state levels. Without further ado, let's get started with this interesting discussion. Over to you, Avinash.
Thanks, Kanika, for this. I think we have approximately 45 minutes for the session, Kanika? Okay. So accordingly, I'll plan this session. We'll start with few questionnaires. I will open the floor for some questions if there are any pressing questions from the audiences, and then we'll again discuss, and accordingly we'll plan. I think Daniel was around. He's coming, okay. So I'll start with Loknath sir. Just wanted to understand, like, what are the different steps that Kochi Metro has taken or about to take, or anything which is in the pipeline to ensure that whatever the metro system that is happening, it's more gender inclusive, and what are the considerations for it?
So good afternoon to all of you. Just I attended a little bit of the last session where we talked a lot of things about safety in the buses, etc. Being a career police officer, I was very excited to learn that a lot of things are happening. And okay. So now what I say is that a lot of initiatives have been taken after, you know, that after the Nirbhaya incident which happened in Delhi. Unfortunately, that time I was here in Delhi. after Justice Burma Commission report came, a lot of changes were also made in the legislation, and a lot of also guidelines were also issued how to actually ensure the safety of the women, especially who are in transit. Notwithstanding the matter relating to the metro, I will come to the metro subsequently, the other modes of transport are not that safe. And I could actually sense it from the concerns which were voiced by previous speakers. And there are also the panic buttons, this and the app-based calling systems. All these things were experimented. Yeah, it has improved, but if you go by the statistics, the things which are happening in the women who are transiting, they are not that safe. So I just wanted to say a few things before I said somebody has given me some data. So it is very, very interesting, which I actually didn't know. The data says that 75% of men's trips are for work, while 75% of women's trips are for purchases and household and care work. 50% of women undertake multiple activities per trip. 30% of women travel with dependents as compared to 17% of men. Walking is predominant mode of transport for women. Women spend lesser on transportation than men. This is actually general, but the GIZ actually did a survey in Cochin, which actually revealed one thing, that 68% respondents who are women avoid traveling by themselves at night. And 82% respondents prefer not to travel after 7 p.m. So this is very alarming. So I'll tell you a small story, if I can take a little more time. So when I actually demitted the office of the Director General of Police, that time the metro was in operation, we had no complaint relating to the women's safety issue from the metros. I was very happy. When I joined the metro as the MD, on the first day, some of the actually students, girl students met me. And they said that the metro stations are not safe. I said, why? He said that, look, the lights are inadequate. I said that, why? There are a lot of lights. I asked the engineers, so what is that? It was my first day. So he said, no, there are a lot of lights. But we switch off the lights because to save electricity. Electricity is costly. Many of the places, we only switch on the functional parts of the lights. I can't actually blame the engineers or something. So, over the period of time, I could understand one thing is that the infrastructure building is gender neutral. So, infrastructure you build for everybody. That you are giving importance to women or children is not there. What has happened over the period of time, after such discussions happening in such good places, some little bit of things have happened. Now we have the feeding pods and the toilets have improved. Certain things have happened, and all the the trains as well as the stations are under CCTV surveillance, and the lights have improved. These are the things. Metro is in a better than many other modes of transport. The similar thing we replicated in the water metro, and thanks to Swati and her team, they were also always with us saying that it should be more actually gender responsive, the stations, the boats, etc. That we did it. What actually is unique in Kochi is that, which is not there probably in most of the metros, is that almost all the facilitation staff in metro, I mean whether they are selling the tickets or operating the computer or having the public interface, everything, they are all women. Either women or transgenders. So we have hired them from the world's one of the biggest women empowerment movement called Kudumbasri, and they are all women. All the persons, if you go there, and out of the 165 train drivers, we have around 68 or 70 persons who are women. They are train drivers. and they are all either BTech or BE. This is actually a good system which has happened in Kerala. Probably that is not there anywhere. But the same thing, when we wanted to replicate that, the same thing, the boat drivers, not the train drivers, trust me, we only got 3. They are under training now, out of 100. So, I don't know what is you are the better people to actually analyze that why people are not coming. Now the question is, you are talking about what are the important things in gender responsiveness as far as the metro system is concerned. You require CCTV, it is there. You require actually metros have exclusive coaches for the women, which is actually, we did a little study there. So in Kerala, they don't want it. They want that everything should be mixed. Should be, men and women should travel together. That's fine. Then we have actually the panic button, the good toilets, or then your feeding pods, etc. These are being added there. So if you take, the WRI actually came out with a very beautiful concept. See, they came and met me and said that how your stations are children friendly. Ours is not children, because if the child has to be washed, the mother has to pick up the child to go to the level of the basin. So that is, so they gave a very beautifully, they have given certain suggestions which you are incorporating in the second phase stations, so that it will be child friendly. So what I wanted to say here to this August gathering is that when it comes to actually building exclusive or compliant infrastructure for women, there is actually no correct planning. So I will come, because after that I will tell, I have some new idea which is actually coming to my mind. I will tell you later. Today we are discussing the very important issue. Metro is very safe compared to other modes of transport, I am sure about it. But we have to do a lot of other things also. Now what is happening is that we discuss a lot of things, but when it comes to the table for planning, we don't do it. We say that इसके लिए पैसा नहीं है, अभी इसका पैसा लगेगा उसमें. So that becomes a problem. So the solution we will talk later, but Ajay, I can say that metro is better than many of the other transport systems, but we have to go still ahead to make it better and better.
Okay, thanks, sir. At this point of time, I would like to bring in Lagu. So as Loknath sir mentioned, ki paisa nahi hai, sort of. So the only thing is like when World Bank do finance for this, they have existing framework, the JESI framework. How robust it is or how flexible it is. So how adaptive it is, like as and when we move forward, if we need to sort of tweak it, is it possible, or what can be done to mainly improve it?
Yeah, thanks Avnash. So Mr. Behra talk about the paisa nahi hai. So if Mr. Behra work with the World Bank, there is no choice actually. In World Bank, all our projects has to be gender tagged. Okay. If I may give the last year data, all across the universe, the World Bank projects are gender tagged. And gender tagging is not a choice in our institution. It's a corporate compliance, and it's mandatory. It's mandatory. It's one of the corporate compliance, including the Paris alignment, climate co-benefit, and the citizen participation. And the gender tagging is also our corporate compliance. So all our project, when let's say if I am leading a project design with metro or with any bus system or any system, so I have to ensure that that project has to be gender tagged. And what does it mean? What does the gender tagging mean basically? So the World Bank has this 5-year of strategy, gender strategy, okay, across all the themes. Okay, at a corporate level, we have a gender strategy. Anybody can go on the website and can find the gender strategy. And basically, it has every 5 years we revise it. It recently launched for the 2025 and 2030. So if I may recall the 3 pillars, which is of the gender strategies are ending the gender-based violence and elevate the human capital with the woman, enabling the economic opportunity, and basically enabling the woman as a leader at the top level in the organization. So basically, all our gender tag in order to achieve that gender tagging in that particular project which I'm designing or working with the client, any of the client, I need to ensure that my project should be aligned with this gender strategy pillar. Okay, so how do we do that? Okay, so let's say at a project preparation stage. So landing is yet not started, let me tell you. The request has received, and we are working with the client like Mr. Behra or any metro system throughout probably 9 months to 12 months. It's a preparation duration for any development bank. So during that time, on a gender tagging perspective, what we start doing is a gender gap assessment. Okay. For that particular project specific, we do the gender gap assessment. If I may give an example, currently I'm doing the Gurgaon Metro project, which is at a preparation stage. So we did a very comprehensive surveys, both qualitative and quantitative in nature, to understand the gender gap assessment, the barriers for the women as far as transportation system is concerned, not only inside the metro, but outside the metro. I'll come back on that. And which also supported by the qualitative assessment, which is based on the focus group discussion at all age and socio-economic strata of the society as far as women are concerned. We equally involve the men in those surveys because we want to understand their perspective, and we want to check where exactly the difference in the perspective as far as the infrastructure is concerned, because the safety perspectives vary from between the male and the female. So once this gender gap assessment is done, then we prepare along with the client, okay, like MD Kochi Metro or Gurgaon Metro, or the nodal person, along with the client, we prepare a gender action plan. Okay, these are the interventions which project will implement over a period of construction, over a period of implementation and operation throughout. These are the interventions which mutually decided, and intervention which are related to the infrastructure development, intervention which are related to employing the women in the operation or at a leadership role, of course, and intervention related to the operations and the staffing along with that. So when these are agreed, this become a part of the agreement. You know, we went into this level. So it has become a part of the compliance for the client to implement those things. So as I said, there is no escape for me also as a bank, and for the client who is working, but there is no escape. So it's a mandatory thing for me to do, and for the project for us to do. Yeah, so this is the, and when it comes on, so we are going, I'm trying to attempt a one step forward. I'm a bit passionate about this subject, and I owe to my previous organization about this passion, the GIZ, where I worked, and I introduced about this cross-thematic area, the gender and the mobility, and that's where I started working. So in the bank, you may be knowing the World Bank is not only a lending institute, it's a knowledge bank also, and we create evolve those methodologies which world follow. So currently, I'm trying to attempt that how to basically integrate the gender-based intervention into the economic analysis of the project. So often all of us talk about this intervention, that intervention will ensure the women's safety, this intervention will ensure this. But all the benefits are qualitative in nature. So how to quantify those benefits, how to build in those benefits into the economic analysis of the big project. So if I'm doing a metro, so if I'm doing the intervention, gender intervention as a part of my gender tagging exercise for the metro, that gender tagging, that all intervention should become part of the economic analysis of the overall project. So that's where the attempt is being done. We are trying to evolve that methodology. It's a long process in the bank. It's a long review process in bank before it goes public. So that's where the attempt is. And another attempt which we are trying to do as a team is that, as Mr. Behra was talking about, and I have been experienced in the public transport domain. So as far as metro is concerned, is the most safest. We also did the survey. So as compared to any mode in the city, the metros are the safest mode. But unfortunately, people don't travel from station to station. People travel from door to door. Okay, and 50% of your travel journey is outside the metro station. Okay, and the experience which you have inside the metro doesn't continue outside the metro. So that's where the deterrent come as far as the deciding the journey and choosing the metro between the man and the woman. And our conventional transport planning process are dependent on the numbers. All of us work on the number because all of us are transport professional here, so many PHPDT, so many passenger, but nobody knows those 10,000 passenger, how many women and how many men. So all our public transit planning and implementations are based on the numbers without knowing that, without associated gender with those numbers. And that's what happened. When you plan the system for the number, and all your interventions are designed, implemented into the project for those numbers without understanding the specific requirement of the woman, which may be as high as 50%. And that's when you realize that majority of the population is reluctant in using that system, despite you have done best what you could do. Because the system was designed for the number. System was never be designed for, out of that 10,000, 5,000 are women, or 5,000 women has a specific requirement. Men see the first and last mile connectivity of the metro more as a facilitator to reach at home. The women do not see that first and last mile connectivity with that perspective. They have number of iteration while selecting that first and last mile connectivity mode from metro station to go home, while men doesn't do that. Okay, and that is the reason you realize that mode choice, despite the best of the best metro system in the country, the perspective of the women in selecting the metros and men are different, because that 50% of the journey makes whole difference, and that's come back to our planning process, because we are too much number oriented rather than human oriented. So yeah, thank you.
Hey, thanks Laghu for highlighting those couple of points. So which leads to the two next question, one which is related to the gender disaggregated data that I'll park for Swati. But at this point of time, I would like to move to Daniel, just to understand, as both Loknath sir and Laghu highlighted, in terms of employment, like the women drivers are there. Laghu highlighted how to ensure that more and more women participate in this employment. So are there any specific program or any capacity building initiative that GIZ is currently working towards, which ensures this sort of a capacity building for women, especially for the employment, maybe drivers or anything specific?
Yes, thank you. So yes, actually at GIZ we do a couple of activities in that direction, in that regard. And specifically this links to what we already had touched upon earlier, the first and the last mile, how that is such a relevant element of each individual's journey. And we are working together in a variety of cases with women, also transgender people, to train them as drivers of rickshaws and e-rickshaws, so that they can take also these first and last mile trips as drivers. And of course, this touches upon a wider issue, which I think I want to raise. Many times when we're talking about financing transportation, what are we actually talking about? So if we're looking at passenger transportation, urban transport, this is mostly public transportation. So this is the bus systems, these are the metro systems. But the feeder systems, and especially the first and last mile, which people might walk or might go on a rickshaw, a tuk-tuk, or take the bicycle, this is not really part of the discussion, as is the street design, not really part of the discussion of what are we financing in terms of urban transport projects. So I think looking at this first and last mile, this is a crucial question. How can we evolve in our understanding of what is part and what is not part of the general catalog of elements in the urban transport space that we are financing, and how can we extend that? And of course, one element is looking at the economic analysis, and how do we enhance the economic analysis with gender elements. And that means actually putting a number on the costs and benefits which are being imposed or which are being created when we do not do gender compatible transport investments, or when we do. And I think I'm completely convinced that if we would account for this properly, we would come out hugely positive in terms of the results which we see for if we would do include better and in a more thorough way gender elements in financing urban transport. But I think going back to the prior point, this is why why is this the case? The case why I believe that if we evolve our understanding of the economic benefits and actually having a better base in terms of numbers and data of the benefits that we would have if women would be more able to participate in society, if also down to specific questions of investing in urban transport systems, I think we would be seeing that if we leave out 50% of the population, that's of course a huge negative which we are imposing also when we plan transportation systems. So we really have to get towards the situation where we plan mobility systems for all, and of course, and this is maybe the more complicated part of the journey, is how to look at the first and the last mile, and that means creating programs, for example, where we look at street design in a more thorough way. No? I've been, in my prior position, I've been looking at this quite a bit. And it's very hard, of course, to say, to ask the World Bank, to ask Lago, would you like to renovate a certain stretch of a street? Because it's just maybe a very small project. It doesn't really make sense. But if you link it to a larger public transport project, if you link it, if you make it look at this perspective of retrofitting a whole network of streets towards a higher design standard, I think then we get into a direction where we can also create the benefit for the whole population and create mobility for all. Thank you.
Thanks, Daniel. So over to you, Swati. Like, we all talk about data, the importance of data, but still we do not have it. So what steps and how to ensure that we have this gender disaggregated data?
Thank you, Avinash. So when we talk about data, of course, we all know the significance and the need of the gender disaggregated data. But I'll start with probably two levels. Primarily because Mr. Behera also mentioned it with reference to the Kochi Water Metro. So he mentioned that currently they have, so one level being employment. He mentioned that currently they have 3 women drivers amongst probably 100 that they have recruited. But it's also important to mention that the first time that Kochi Metro advertised, there was no woman who had applied. The second time when it was advertised, probably 1 woman applied. And yeah, because of some personal reasons, the whole process was not completed. And then Kochi Metro and Kochi Water Metro got into the depth of it, that they have a local university, CUSAT. There are so many women in the university who are, getting educated in the subject. There are so many women in India and globally who are getting educated in the subject. So why are there no women who are coming forward for this, for getting employed with the Kochi Water Metro? So Kochi Metro actually went to the universities, did advocacy, promoted the project, promoted the job opportunities, the benefits that can be extended. They actually got into the depth of what is available in the market, what is coming to the destination for employment, and how this gap can be bridged. So this was probably, for us as financing institution, quite appreciative that the PEA took this task upon itself to go into the market, get more women on board, and make the system more and more inclusive. Yes, today they have 3, but once they are on board, post their training, I'm sure there will be more women coming on board as well. But moving on again, with reference to employment, if we look at the data, the number of women drivers in the metro systems, the number of women employees in the metro rail organizations, whether the facilities and the appreciation that women are getting for being employed in the systems, whether sufficient facilities are being provided for those women or not, there's hardly any collective data on that aspect. It's important that the central ministry and all the organizations, there are so many metro organizations in India, they come together and they unify in this aspect of provision of facilities, infrastructure and incentives for women to be employed in the metro rail systems as well. Hopefully this will then percolate to bus systems and other systems as well, because everybody is currently looking that metro ke paas paisa hai par aur kisi ke paas paisa nahi hai. So hopefully metros can set a good example, and then this can percolate to other systems as well, and they can also probably benefit and become safer. But as regards classical data available and the gender disaggregated data need in that system, I think it's pretty remarkable that even after so many years and so many studies, the availability of such a data and such information is practically negligible. Laghu mentioned the whole process that is undertaken by World Bank, also by other financial institutions, and we all have been. The approach has to change, but also the availability of this data is not really in the market. So why is that still an issue? Is there a policy level gap? Is there an initiative level gap? Or is there some gap which none of us are identifying? Probably now, given the discussions and deliberations that are going on in the ecosystem, WRI, GIZ, and different think tanks are also working on this aspect. It will hopefully improve with time, but then it should again not be limited to just metro ridership. As Laghu mentioned, for us also as a development bank, metro is not plain vanilla train being, ridden on a viaduct or underground. A metro travel is door to door. So when you evaluate gender disaggregated data, just don't look at the metro ridership, but also outside, how many women are coming by walking, how many women are utilizing other systems for first and last mile connectivity. And within that also, I think we generalize when we look at women. But me and every woman sitting here in this room itself, we have different conditions, we have different requirements. Some of us might be having babies, so when we are traveling, we have a stroller with us. Some of us might be having a knee issue, there are disability issues. There are so many issues, there are even costume issues for that matter, which we discuss when we talk about low floor, low entry buses, but we don't talk about them when we are looking at access to the metro systems. It's not just about lighting, etc., but also the whole accessibility issues that need to be considered in. So gender disaggregated data, but at multiple levels, so that the whole ecosystem and the value chain can be enhanced. Otherwise, there'll always be a gap in between, which we will look at a later stage, and it's a little difficult to overcome that at that point of time.
Thanks, Swati. I think you highlighted quite an important point about the metro system, even though it is safer, but it is not accessible because of the first and last mile connectivity issues and other factors. So at this point of time, Chaitanya, I would like to move to you. Swati highlighted like there is a dearth of data. So how? So is there any study that WRI India has done to just sort of identify like what will make metro more accessible to women?
Thank you, Avinash. I mean, I think a bunch of our organizations have done some studies. So I'm the only, and all through today we have also spoken about how women's mobility differs from men, and I think we focused on that a lot. So I don't necessarily want to focus on that aspect. I want to actually use 2 or 3 of the data points from one study we did with the Mumbai Metro to highlight that when it works for women, it works for everyone. I mean, it's not like women have very unique issues in some cases, right? In some cases, so two of the data points from our study actually says that 76% of women and 64% of men in a study we did with Mumbai Metro travel with dependents. So yes, women travel with dependents, but men also travel with dependents. They may be babies, they may be elderly persons, they may be people with in wheelchairs or something that they're traveling with. So you're not really just improving the system for women when you're designing a system for caregivers. You're improving it for everyone. Similarly, access routes to the station. Apparently 35% of women felt that access routes are safe. Only 35% felt they are safe, whereas 50% of men felt they are safe. Again, this was at a specific metro station in Mumbai. The main point is more than 40% of men also did not feel like they were safe, right? So that is the first point I'm going to make with the data aspect. I think we've spoken a lot about data. The other aspect that has kept coming up is the first and last mile piece, and I want to say 2 things on that, both related to governance, right? It is, at the end of the day, it's a silos issue, it's a governance issue, it's an institutional issue. When we were working with the Hyderabad Metro and with Bangalore Metro on various last mile pilot projects, what we found is the area up to the edge of the metro station or the end of the metro like station area is what is under the responsibility of the metro agency. Outside of that is the municipal corporation's responsibility. So if you have an overhead metro station, the area under that actually belongs to the municipal corporation. So how accessible that is in the hands of the municipal corporation, because it's streets, it's roads, it's sidewalks, and that's all within the purview of the municipal corporation. And again, there, who is the money going to, and how is the communication happening between agencies to actually enable a more seamless journey to the metro and from the metro, right? So that is one governance issue. The other governance issue is a lot of times today we are relying on private sector operators for last mile services, like feeder services, what Daniel was saying. And again, the pilots we have done, what we tried to do is show that there is a business model, a sustainable revenue model there. First off, metros are not running at full capacity, so the revenue model is not necessarily there for last mile operators. Last mile services come into operation at the end of the pilot period or 6 months after the pilot period, they will fail, and then people who were relying on that last mile service are again left without any options. So how do you build sustainability into the last mile service mode? Again, going back to what Daniel was saying, pedestrian access to the metro within 500 meters is probably going to be one of your most reliable access features to the metro. So focusing more on transit-oriented development and focusing more on more robust system of pedestrian sidewalks is going to be key. And again, and then there's buses, of course. Where private services are concerned, you're going to need some form of agreement, risk sharing, planning on the part of the metro as well. And I know a couple of metro agencies are doing that. I know Kochi Metro, for example, is working with the 3-wheeler feeder services outside their stations. So, but it's not being done as a rule. So again, those are the 2 governance issues that I see when it comes to the last mile services. And then the last part is going back to one of the data points that Bera sir said, Loknath sir said, which was that 75% of women's trips, maybe for service, for shopping, for groceries, for caregiving. If you see the local train station in Mumbai, it is very organic in that there are a lot of shops and all outside. Metro stations today, in many cases, are very sterile. They have shops, shops are failing, they're not necessarily picking up. Again, this might take time, but I think kind of planning your stations to be multi-utility areas that are well integrated with the outside world and with the needs of the commuters
can definitely increase the utility of the metro and definitely disproportionately benefit women who are many times the ones looking at the shopping lists and kind of taking care of groceries on their way home, looking at multiple purposes on one journey. So that is maybe the third point, and this one I hadn't heard so much yet, so just bringing that up. So back to you.
Because you are talking about the data, actually how many people are traveling gender-wise, male and female. What we did is that actually unlike in the trains where you have a reservation so that you know how many women are traveling, how many men are traveling, we did actually a particular, by using technology, we did a POC, this is successful, now we are implementing it, that we have a AI-based camera fixed on the AFC gate, which actually detects men and women. There will be percentage of around 5 to 6% false positives will be there, because of that is actually the algorithm is like hair, this, that, all kind of things have been put. So that is really working, so that we will know exactly that whether how many women are traveling, how many men are traveling. So that is for the data, how data will be used, as Swati and Chaitanya, she has spoken. The question here, the point is that we are talking about the financing. So he has made a very important point saying that it is World Bank only will finance when that gender tagging is there. But the question is, I'll tell you, I'll give an example. When the detailed project report of a metro is prepared, recently in 2022, the government issued an order. The central government issued an order saying that DPR should have a chapter on cyber security. So we are now actually making it. I mean, for Trivandrum Metro also we did that. This is a compulsory thing. Can we actually think of that gender responsiveness also should be a compulsory part, like the non-motorized transport? What Steve was talking about, that is what we call is NMT, that footpath and building, how to access the metro stations. So if NMT is compulsory, and to your information I will say, the funds earmarked for NMT cannot be reappropriated. You cannot use it for anything else. So similarly, if the gender, what World Bank has done, the tagging, similar thing, if it is done, then these particular issues of actually providing gender sensitive or gender compliant infrastructure can be more or less actually can be done. And last thing I wanted to say about the last mile connectivity. See, we have now actually this feeder bus. It has become a hugely hit all over the country because it's very good and it is very safe and it is working. But the question is that still now also, after 8 o'clock, Gokul is here, my AGMUT who runs this system, not many women are there. There is actually still, we have to do still better. Though those buses are fitted with cameras and monitors, there are all kind of safety features are also there. So what I say is that if we want to make these things compulsory in your DPR, and on the basis of which the government order issues, and there the bifurcation of all the expenses are made, that will be better. That is what my personal view.
Thanks, sir. I have another question, which is like for all the panelists. I would request to keep it brief because we are running out of time. So Behra sir mentioned about like a chapter on cyber security in all the DPRs. So any policy level suggestions or changes that would ensure like the gender consideration is well integrated and the effective financing for the metro system happens? Any policy level suggestions that you would like to highlight? I'll start with Swati first.
I think at policy level, I would again focus on, so like Laghu mentioned, gender action plan and all, they are prepared as part of the financing institutions assessment, which is part of the agreement together with the project execution agencies. But there is no guidance from the government per se that these things are mandatory. So this is kind of comes in very late in the whole process itself. It will be nice if the government introduces, as Mr. Behra said, such action-taking points or aspects that are to be covered. For example, it emphasizes a lot on technical aspects. ENS is not, ESI is not required, that's a different case, or cyber security is required. Based on the experience that different metros have had, World Bank guidelines, KFW guidelines, ADB, different financial institution guidelines, which focus on gender aspect, these could be made mandatory. At least a transition phase could be identified to be brought into the metro DPR much before, and it should be mandatory for the metro organizations and the implementation agencies to also follow them with respect to Government of India's requirements as well, and not just funding agency requirements, because once the funding agency leaves, it will also be interesting to see how the metro organizations carry forward what they have done in the last 5-6 years or so. An ex-post evaluation 20 years hence would be interesting probably.
Thanks, Swati. Laghu, would you?
Yeah, so, you know, how it works in the organization, big organization like bank, despite having a presence in 150 odd countries, it's a mandate at a corporate level, okay? And all these individual gender tag projects are consolidated at a national level, then at a regional level, then at a corporate level, okay? And it is published. You know, bank, you will find everything on the website. You know, I think one of the most transparent in this way. So there is a, while gender tagging, gender action plan, these are the things, but there is a monitoring mechanism available. Somebody is asking for that from top level, okay? And which is a top-down approach, okay? I, as a task team leader for that particular project, I don't have any choice. I have to follow that, okay? Now the same approach can be followed in the government system also, okay? Despite at an individual level, Mr. Behra, some XYZ may like to do that, you know, the sensitization may be with the few people, but it is not within the institutionalized into the system. So it is very important the way it is institutionalized in our system, like Swati was talking about, it need to be institutionalized in our system. So when we have this framework or toolkit for preparing the DPR for the transit system, including metro, BRT, or any XYZ bus system, I think we need to revive those parameters, how to prepare those DPR. It's, instead of it in metro DPR, it is from door to door. It's an integrated transit system DPR, which are more inclusive in nature. Okay. Today, probably this forum is talking about the women and the gender. Tomorrow, some forum will be talking about the children-friendly transport system. Third day, somebody will be talking about the senior citizen-friendly transport system. So everything comes under inclusivity bracket. So I think that parameter need to be defined. And how will it be monitored? Somebody need to monitor end of the day. Unless, you know, people may not do it. If you leave it the choice. If you leave it in choice with me, I would also like to do my project in an easier way. But there is no choice with me.
And it needs to go beyond a DPR.
Okay, so the important point is to have a robust monitoring mechanism in place before the project initiates. Okay, Daniel, would you like to?
Yes, I think adding to this, I think what we also need, I mean, of course there's the whole element of the safeguards and the gender analysis, which is also a compulsory element with every GIZ project, as well as the gender tagging is with the World Bank. Of course, these are very important factors, but I think one other thing is strikingly important. Of course, we are all facing discussions, and it's a constant discussion also about who gets how many resources for what kind of activity. And one key element is also to get the clearly voiced interest from the client, from the partner, from the administration, the government, that gender is top of the agenda item for them. Because that again helps us also when we work internally towards pushing for enhancing the gender perspective in our work, it helps us also to clearly say this is also what we want to do together with the partners, with the government, etc. So I think it's really also with all of us in the room, with all the many responsibilities we hold, if we can together voice also that we think this is highly relevant and we want to see more of this, then I think that that's really helpful in actually making it happen.
Okay, okay. Chaitanya, if you could summarize like any finding. Quickly, please be quick.
I'll be quicker than you even telling me to be quick. What I already said, right? Institutional coordination with the municipal corporation, with the bus transit agencies, which all the speakers have been referring to. And honestly, the best way to even facilitate such institutional coordination is through financing mechanisms. So how do we make some of that financing available to outside the metro station line?
Okay, I'm not trying to look at Harshita because she is pressurizing me, but any questions from the audience? Please, Sona.
Hi. I just have one question. If you are God and you have unlimited money, what is that one thing that you would do to increase women's utilization of metro rail systems?
Thanks, Sonal, for this. I kept this question as my last question, but instead of God, I would have said Secretary Mahua or PM, anyone. Thanks for asking that question. Any specific one from whom you are looking at answer, or anybody would like to answer that?
I have a question for Laghu, sir. Good evening, sir. I am Ritika from Miranda House. So you are saying that you carried out qualitative gender assessment gaps surveys in Gurgaon metro stations. So did these surveys also include women who are differently abled? And if yes, were their requirements different from women who do not have disabilities? Because I was speaking to a cohort of visually impaired college students, and they were saying that, yes, they do find metro system way more convenient than other modes of transportation that they use. But then often what happens is the guards that are appointed to drop them to the metro gates, the metro exit gates.
I think the point is conveyed. I think, Laghu, if you could.
Okay.
Thanks. Sorry for this, but.
Yeah, so as a part of this focus group discussion, which we do, and not only for Gurgaon Metro, we are doing the NCRTC also. We have various focus group discussion include the, college students also, the physically challenged women also, and senior citizen women also. It's all, we covered very comprehensively on that. Megha, am I correct? Yeah, my colleague Megha is there who was leading that study. Yeah, and answering, coming back to what question you were asking, it's not only about the women, it's about the inclusivity, probably this forum is talking about the gender, somebody will talk about the children and all those things. It's all about the social inclusivity, which our system, our transit system need to incorporate. If I may answer the questions which, it was less of a question, more of a what Sonal asked. I think difficult to answer, Sonal, but I think all of us has covered partly that. First and foremost important thing for me is the, which I often call is a KYC. Okay, know your customer and commuter. If you don't know your commuter, you cannot plan your system. Okay, so it's the first and foremost thing is that just take our planning process one step forward. Forget about the numbers, talk about the, who is your commuter at least, okay. Once you know the commuter, once you know their needs and the behavior, you plan your system accordingly, okay. And that is the only key I found to increase the women ridership into the system, okay. Very small thing, as I said, if you're providing the first and last mile connectivity, you may have fulfilled your job as a implementing agency, that okay, we have provided it, but despite that, if women are not coming, it is because how women see the same first and last mile connectivity is different how males see. Their expectation from their first last mile connectivity is different from the male expectation. So that's why we most of the time we fail to acknowledge and recognize the human behavior while doing our transport planning process and the transit planning. Thank you.
Thanks, Laghu, for this. So with this, I think I'll end the session. And I would like to thank all the panelists for bringing in this perspective. Swati, Chaitanya, Daniel, Laghu, and Bera, sir. Thanks for this. And with this, a small token of appreciation. Please, Ashu.
Thanks, everyone. Special thanks to our sign language interpreters for supporting us throughout the sessions and doing a wonderful job. Our next session is called Sutradhar, which focuses on lived experiences of people. We will hear from participants sharing personal accounts of how they travel in cities and how public transport shapes their lives. Please join us for this exciting first edition of Sutradhar at the Silver Oak Lawns through the patio. Thank you.
You can also connect with us at this email ID that is displayed. So if you want to write to WRI, please take note of this email ID and write to us. Thank you.